Mulligan's on the mound. He's eyeing the catcher. He's getting signals right now. And we have to wind up the pitch. Strike one. And as you know, that Mulligan is
What do you mean
lefty.
that was a strike? That pitch was a foot outside. Come on.
No, you have to
What the
do
hell
like
are you looking at?
that old sports game. American team versus the National League team. The National League team is starting up. The pitch, fly ball. It's caught. Yeah, it's funny. Stratocaster baseball, I think it was. That was actually a fun game for its time. My brother grew up with that. Yeah.
It was, but I kind of wish baseball was a little bit more like this.
All right, Niners, let's hear some chatter.
Hey, batter, 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 batter. Hey, batter, 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 batter.
Death to the opposition.
Dodgers, Giants, Cubs, Cardinals. We always say that to each other anyway.
Yes. We say worse things to each other, I'm sure.
Yeah, we do.
We had one. We had one here in the cities. They always played the soundbite. Of course, the announcer's booth was right next to one of the fans, and the fan was yelling, "Hey Chipper! Hey Chipper! You suck! Hey Chipper! You suck!"
It's like that scene in what movie am I thinking of? Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Hey, batter, swing, batter. Hey, batter, swing, Kennedy.
Yeah, which took place at Wrigley Field for that one particular scene when they were filming it. Of course, the Cubs were losing, just like they are currently in New York against the Yankees. What else is new? You win one championship, and then your owner decides no more. Bitter? Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, kind of the way the Twins have gone since '91. That's for sure.
So, how's everybody doing tonight?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Having a grand old time.
Nice.
Better, yeah. Pretty good.
Good.
I can't believe I'm still going. I've been streaming all day. It's like I still have oomph. I like to thank my meth supplier for making sure that I'm well wired for the next 3 days.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, Baron. So tonight's main topic is pop culture and sports, and how the two intertwine in some cases. You could be going to a baseball game one day and they're having Star Wars night. Or you could be watching your favorite television series like Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and the captain or commander, depending on when you jump into the series, you find out he's a baseball fan.
Yep. True.
And, you have popular movies based on sports. And, of course, one of the favorites is Caddyshack. I don't care how many times I watch it. It's still funny to this day.
Yes.
It's in the hole. It's in the hole.
I still think Rookie of the Year is a good movie. Hey, that's about your Cubs.
Yeah.
Henry Rosenberger. Hey, Rosenberger. I know it's Rowan Gardner, but I've just quoted the movie.
It's funny.
And that's kind of the fun thing about it all, because we're, when we start listing off sports stuff, it usually immigrates over to baseball. And some of the great sports films out there. I mean, you have some good football films and such, but it resonates around baseball. Sure, we got Slapshot for hockey. You got Rudy for football. Just to name one off of it. I'm trying to remember the one that.
There's also a Miracle about the 1980 Olympic team that won the gold medal
on the ice.
That was a great movie. That's when Disney was like, let's bring out these great inspirational films that have happened in real life. Yes.
And even the Mighty Ducks, even though that was
Mighty Ducks is still pretty cool. I haven't watched any of the new stuff on Disney Plus, but
But it seems like what resonates those to baseball, whether it's Major League or the Natural, or even if you want to go to Field of Dreams, across the board, it's like it seems like this is America's game for baseball. As much as everyone resonates and excited about football, and they complain about how baseball is so boring. there
I
is
know.
just still something about baseball,
Yes.
the
Yes.
camaraderie and the
Yes.
game and the strategy.
The strategy.
And,
Yep.
mhm.
Mhm.
And it's funny because the next generation, they were talking about the one they had a guest star on there. I can't remember which was, but he was talking about how baseball died, and there's no baseball around. But then you have Deep Space Nine come around, and you have Cisco, this big baseball fan, and the baseball on the table, and of course the clip that we have on there. So it's just it still resonates with us no
Yep.
matter what.
And if baseball's so boring and it's dying or whatever, then
Hi.
hey,
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 Paul,
Paul.
how's it going,
made
brother?
it. If
Doing
it's
okay, how
dying,
are y'all?
then
Doing good.
how's it good? If it's dying, then why are they still having sellouts? I mean,
Mhm.
baseball's still popular. Maybe probably not as much as football and maybe even basketball, but it's still popular. People still
Well,
want to talk about baseball, even with some of the nonsense that the commissioner has done. And
well,
it
and the
is
thing is,
legitimate nonsense, but yeah.
right. And the thing is, we're talking about Major League Baseball. We're not even talking about minor
Right.
league. You talk
Right.
about areas of this nation where the minor league teams pull in more people than a national league team.
Mhm.
Or you even have your small town leagues, like we have the Chaska Cubs here, which every year they do great, and of course the various towns all around the minor league and how that draws in people strongly. So it's not just the major league; it just goes down to the minor and even the minor and all across.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It really does.
I mean, again, with some of these movies, The Sandlot, for instance.
Sandlot, funny enough, was one of my first introductions to baseball, along with the N64 MLB All Stars '99 game.
Nice.
Mm.
Very nice. But, people quote Sandlot even to this day. You're killing me, Smalls.
You
You
play
throw
ball like a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Or even
well, there was also the one, Little Giants, right? That wasn't a bad
that's a
movie
football
with
one.
Ed
Football.
O'Neill. Yeah, that's football.
Or here's one:
yeah.
Angels in the Outfield.
a league
True.
of their own. There's
Mhm.
no
League of their
crying in
own.
baseball.
That
Are you crying?
And that's somewhat
Are you
based on a
crying?
true story. Are you crying? There's no crying. Yeah, I know. Tom Hanks.
There's
is
no
so
crying
good.
in baseball. Oh, yeah, there is.
Especially if you're a
definitely
Cubs fan,
is.
right?
Right.
Well, they did win in 2016, so they got that going.
Yeah, well, they're not going to win anytime soon with the way their management is right now.
Mhm.
I know. Bitter? Yes. I was enjoying those championship years. I'm over it.
Right.
But yeah, there's been some good baseball films out there, some great sports films in general. There was the one about the White Sox scandal that was really interesting. I don't know if you guys watched that one.
Yeah,
That has
8 Men
quite
Out.
a cast and 8 Men Out. Yep.
Yeah. Mhm. Good film.
And you mentioned Field of Dreams just a little bit ago. Ray Liotta, who recently passed away, playing Shoeless Joe.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, it's true.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
the
then-
fact that I believe last year, there was an actual MLB game played at the Field of Dreams. I
Yes,
watched that
and
game, and
there's-
it was amazing.
Yes. Yes, it was. Yes,
There's
and
going to be
A-Rod
another one this year.
Yeah, and A-Rod had to bring up some stupid stuff, but we won't go into that.
Oh, no. Let's get into A-Rod. He shouldn't even be in the broadcast booth.
I know.
No,
I know he shouldn't.
No.
It's just more pandering. That's all it is. It's like they'll get rid of people like Kurt Schilling. Oh no, which is not cool, and for things he says. But no, A-Rod, just like he fits that narrative. And oh well, he cheated baseball twice, and that is factual. He did cheat
Oh, yeah.
baseball twice.
Yep.
That was
Yeah.
the last
So-
I'd heard his name.
Right. And so, but
Mhm.
ESPN, they're fine. That's why ESPN and these other networks they're hypocrites. They just
Mhm.
are. And you can still find stuff on ESPN to like. Scott Van Pelt, I would throw out, but there's just not much. I don't really want to turn on ESPN. If I want to watch anything of ESPN, I'll just go on their website and look up scores or standings, usually.
Mhm.
Well, remember, ESPN's owned by Disney.
I know.
Yep.
That says a lot by
Mhm.
as well.
Yeah, I mean,
You're gonna do what I
everything.
say.
Oh, hold on. I've got to use my voice mod to at least get my voice to sound a little bit like it. Let me just select the right one and. No, not that one. But yeah, I mean, everything they touch, it turns to crap. It really does.
Yeah.
It's like they can do good things and then they do bad things, but it's a mess. It really is. I mean, look at the Disney sports movies, for example. You had a number of them, including Miracle, and these were great films, and they were based on true stories. But the last one about the track, it wasn't very good, even though it was based on a true story. It was okay. And they just seem to lost their flair for that. Of course, Remember the Titans was a Disney film, which was based on a true story. I love that movie.
And wasn't there also, this might not have been Disney, but wasn't there also a film about Hank Aaron starring Chadwick Boseman and Harrison Ford?
Yes. 42. Yep.
Yeah.
That was a quality film. And that's another thing I bring up, and I've talked to Mike about this. At Dodger Stadium... Go ahead.
Huh? I'll destroy everything you like. I'll destroy your sports. I'll destroy your Star Wars. Huh?
Well,
gosh, Mickey, that sure was dark.
That's pretty good.
But 42. That movie was released by Warner Brothers, and it had Harrison Ford as Branch Rickey.
Yep.
And then you had Chadwick Boseman as Jackie Robinson. And that's a great movie. Not just because it's talking about history, but because of the portrayal of Harrison Ford as Branch Rickey and Chadwick Boseman as Jackie Robinson. Very good movie. I went and saw it in the theaters, and it's one of the movies I bought as soon as it came out.
And I know there's some CGI problems that people have and this and that, fine. But I would say overall, it's still a very enjoyable film. And I wish Dodger Stadium would actually have a statue of Branch Rickey. Or like hugging each other or something. Because without Branch Rickey, and we've talked about this before, Mike,
yes,
Jackie Robinson it doesn't happen.
You don't have a Jackie Robinson. Happen. You don't have Fergie Jenkins. You don't have Ernie Banks. You don't have Billy Williams. You don't have a Sean Dunstan.
Yep.
You don't have a Barry Bonds.
Right.
You don't have a Bobby Bonds.
Yeah.
You don't have the Griffies.
Nope. You don't. And so we
Rod Carew.
Yep. Rod Carew, yeah. It's
Kirby Puckett.
Kirby Puckett.
Yes.
What a great player he was.
He was.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's just absolutely amazing that these people, like, I love the fact we have Jackie Robinson Day every year, but Branch Rickey should be nominated. He should be honored, not whatever nominated. They need a statue of Branch Rickey. I think if we feel this strongly about it, I think Twitter is definitely a platform that we should use and say, where's the Branch Rickey statue?
Well, we do that, and I agree we should, but we do that. I'm sure some wacko on Twitter is going to find some dirt on him, being like, no, this shouldn't happen. Cancel him. Erase him from history.
Well, they're stupid because the man never saw color at all. All he saw was he just said, this guy is obviously going to help the team. And this is a business, and we want to make money, and we want to win titles. So,
exactly, it's like who's good. That's right. I don't care what color you are. Are you good or not? Yep. You can play. Can you play?
Yep. And people are like, "Oh, don't do this." He's like, "I don't care. I'm going to do it anyways." That's why he's a big part of the whole situation. Yep.
Take a look at movies and television. You want the best people in front of the camera, behind the camera, to bring you the best movie or television show possible, just like for a team. You want the best players on the field.
Careful, Pacific. These days, people are calling quotes like that racist and sexist.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
That's where you use it.
Guess what, folks? Guess what? And I'm going to use this. I know I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to. I have cerebral palsy, so you want to come after someone with a disability? Bring it.
I do all the time.
I actually didn't know that, bud.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mock him all the time. Just ask him. I'm
No,
merciless
Mike
on
wants us to mock him. He always says, "Please give me more." I'm just joking.
Nah, I'll just keep mocking Cash Money.
Oh boy,
yeah.
and I'll keep mocking Paul. So it's funny. He's playing too much Skyrim lately. It's all
I
his
can't.
fault.
Skyrim has my gaming soul. Or sorry, Phil McCracken does, and he demands Skyrim.
Wait.
Your soul belongs to me now, Paul. Now play some more Skyrim.
That's pretty much how Phil McCracken sounds. And he
Yep.
accuses me of abusing him.
I'm trying to remember the name of a film that was done back in I believe it was the early '80s. It had Robert Wool in it. It was about a minor league team. And of course, it was just centered around all the insanity. In fact, I think he even had Teller, Penn and Teller, in it with a speaking role. He was one of the owners of the team, or assistant to the owner. And that was a great film. I just, maybe I just should look it up on here.
Well, I'm trying to think because there was a movie with Wilfred Brimley in it. It was based on baseball.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to look it up myself.
You should look up that quick. I can't stop laughing at this. You should look up this clip of Wilford Brimley on Family Guy when he's on the Teen Choice Awards.
Diabetes.
So funny.
I'm Wilford Brimley, and I'm here to talk to you about a few minutes about diabetes.
Diabetes.
Tell me y'all have seen the clip of the cat saying that.
Oh man, it's great.
Yes, I have. That's
Baron, has Mouse ever looked at you and just randomly said, diabetes?
No, he hasn't done that yet. He just will feed me.
Or has Mouse ever looked at you and said, you need to get yourself some Quaker Oats?
Quaker Oats.
There was also Little Big League about that kid who becomes a manager, and people have mixed feelings. I think that's not a bad movie. I think it's pretty good, actually.
Speaking of kids in baseball, Rookie of the Year. That's another amazing one.
Yeah, we mentioned that. It's a good film. It's just a good movie.
Yeah.
It's lighthearted. It has good values for kids, I would say. I saw that in the theaters. Man, that was years ago.
There was another one called The Rookie that was starring Dennis Quaid.
Yes, that was based on a true story. Based on a true story. Yep.
I remember hearing a story though.
The only movie I've seen so far is The Natural, enlisted for Wilford Brimley.
I think
there was another one though.
I thought that was. I think that's the movie was The Natural. I remember a story that Kurt Russell told back when you could talk about indelicate things on there. This was in the '80s, and I don't know if people knew this, but he was in a minor league team for a while. And he said one of the things that he did for a practical joke for one of the players was set him up with a girl so he could get an STD.
What?
Yeah.
He
obviously one that was cured.
STD.
Yeah, they intentionally set him up with a girl for a one nighter that they knew he would get an STD from. Obviously, one that could be cured with penicillin. But they were saying that was the hijinks that they did with this minor league team. So it's like, I'm glad I wasn't part of that team.
Well, yeah, and then Bulworth. I'm sure some of you have seen Bulworth. Bulworth is very good.
Well, you can't talk about a sports movie that's part of pop culture, without talking about Rocky, I mean,
of course,
Adrian!
Oh, yeah.
Adrian!
It's so weird. If you watch the 30 for 30 thing, it's like, wow, the real Rocky seemed to have gotten screwed over by Sylvester Stallone. And it's like, wow, this is something like he was wine and dine, brought to parties. And then Sylvester Stallone said, no, I don't want anything to do with you. And from what the real Rocky said, I don't know if any of you guys have watched the 30 for 30. I highly recommend it, especially if you're Rocky fans. It's something. It's just finding out about, like, that's crazy. Yeah. Did you see it, Mike? Have you watched
No,
it?
I haven't seen
Baron?
it.
Okay.
The
I would recommend
last
it.
30
No,
for
yet.
30 I watched was on the Chicago Bulls, just because, you know, it's that
yeah, that's the
particular
one I watched
era
too.
with Michael Jordan and
So freaking good.
Scotty and,
Yes,
you know, Dennis Rodman. And
Scotty said
it's-
stuff about Jordan too recently. It's like, dude, he helped you win those titles. What are you doing?
yeah, and, you know, I heard those comments. I'm thinking, I hate to tell you this, Scotty, but when Jordan left and you were the leader of the Bulls sucked.
Yeah, weren't that good.
I mean, heck, Michael Jordan was able to sell tickets at the movie theaters because he was in Space Jam.
Yep.
That was a pretty fun
Wow.
movie. I still recommend that film. It's pretty fun.
The original or the remake?
The original.
The original.
I won't touch the remake. Crit
No.
watched it though, so you can ask him about it.
All right. I'm playing Fortnite with him later, anyways.
Nice.
I don't want to see that remake. Not with
Anyways, I have a box.
Oh,
Ah,
he's got a box. All right.
Yes,
he's got a box.
I have a box, and
I
I,
think I
have
know
this
what's in
box thanks to one Baron Orman tag.
It's still ticking.
No, it's not. The battery died.
Run!
That's a bad joke now, Baron.
But anyways, I'm gonna open this box and see what's in it. I do. Quick question though, Baron, for real, is this that has my address on it? Oh, I'll hide that so I don't dox myself. Is this a card or is that just a slip of paper?
That's just slip of paper.
Okay, good. So I can cut it in.
I don't do cards. I'm honestly I don't do cards because unless it's something uberly special,
Yes.
I got you.
like you know, like a bar mitzvah, it's a card for confirmation, a graduation, a divorce. Those I consider important cards.
I gotcha.
And
But,
Paul,
like,
I'm just doing this to be funny. I know you're being careful. I know you don't want to cut yourself, but I'm playing this clip to be funny.
Let's go while we're young.
Yeah, I'm just.
Blood spraying all over the place. Oh my word!
That's right. Oh, my hand.
At least you wouldn't see it because I'm wearing red.
Yeah, there we go. He's a red shirt. He's done. He's gone for.
All right.
It's over.
And hello, Orville Nation. Welcome, brother.
All right. Hold on a second.
Notice though he covered his address, but get my address up there. I'm doxxed. Everybody knows.
Yours. Hey. Really, I could have
Nobody
probably
could
gotten
really
away with
see
not
it.
covering
I-
any of them because
yeah.
they're so tiny.
Yeah, I write small because my hand shakes so much.
No, that's
I got you.
That doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me, honestly.
Yeah.
If I can just give crap to people, that's all I care about.
Right?
All right, Paul, I'm playing another
hold on a
clip, brother.
second.
Well, we're waiting.
Okay, so we got some random cardboard in there.
I
Yeah.
love that.
We gotta protect stuff, man.
Okay, so we got an Amazon bag. Let's open this.
Oh no! I sent you my wife's underwear.
I'll make sure to send it back.
He's going, hey, it's kind of
Oh,
comfortable.
dude. Come on, come out of there. Oh, man.
Oh. Look at that.
Wow.
It did have a pip on it. I don't know where the
Nice.
pip
So
came
yes,
from.
I have a new uniform for Tuesday Night Trek.
See, the thing is, Baron wore that.
Oh my
before he-
goodness, dude!
Oh.
You got me a phaser
Oh.
also.
Here you go.
Okay, so for real, I literally just bought one of these for myself today on Amazon.
Now he's two phaser Paul.
But still, this is nice. Thank you.
Set your phaser on stun, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. I hope you enjoy them. Use them in
Very
good
cool.
health.
I
Thank
hope,
you.
Baron, you actually washed it before you sent it to him. You're like, oh, I just wore it the day before, and then it's like, oh, here you go.
Yep. I have not worn that thing, and I don't know how long because
Nice.
I've gotten a lot bigger than that uniform can handle.
That's cool, though.
I'll tell you what. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
pop
get
off
you.
for a minute so I can try this on, and then I'll pop back in wearing it. All right.
All right.
Go
Be
for
right
it,
back.
man.
All right, brother.
You
Yeah.
know? And
And
that uniform.
Paul, when get back, I got 2 phases. One for each of you.
I got them too. 2 phases.
Yeah,
2.
that's right. I got 2 phases here, and I know how to use them.
I got 2.
What's stun setting?
I got a phaser here that probably nobody hardly ever has. That's the cricket phaser from season 1, 2.
Nice.
Yeah, that's the actual size of the Type 1 phaser.
Unlike this one that came. Well, has glandular problems.
We went from baseball to talking about the phases. The phases. Yeah.
Well, you know, it is Pop Talk, and we are talking pop culture and sports, and there's a certain sport that is coming to Star Trek quite a bit, and it's called baseball. It's a great sport when your team's winning and your team has an owner that wants to win, except when your team doesn't have an owner that wants to win. It kind of sucks. Talking to you, Tom Ricketts.
We're not going to hear the end of this from him, are we? He's not bitter, is he?
He's fired. He's fired up. Yeah. He's definitely fired up.
He's not bitter, is he?
He's not bitter.
No. I mean, from 2015 to 2020, we had a winning team, and then everything went to crap because the team wouldn't spend. Sorry.
Nope.
Sorry.
You got to spend money. Yeah.
Sorry. I know. Here, I got the perfect video clip. I got the perfect video clip for anybody that's watching this going, geez, Mike.
If you've got an issue, here's a tissue.
There you go.
There you go, an issue. Here's your tissue. Yeah,
gave it to himself.
Yep.
But, you know, baseball, you know, with pop culture, you know, how it permeates the other stuff. I just recalled that WKRP in Cincinnati, I think it's more softball, but it could have been baseball. They had a little match against WPIG on the show.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my gosh, WPIG.
Those swine.
I mean, heck, even in Cheers, you hear how Sam was a former Red Sox baseball player.
Right.
Yep, he was. Yep, that was cool.
It was originally set up to be a football player, and what's his name? Who played Mike Ham? Not Mike Ham, but can't remember his name. But he made guest appearances on the show. But it was going to be a football player, but they decided, no, we're going to go with baseball because baseball's that American. Again, it goes right back to...
You're talking about the one who worked with Sam at Cheers in season 1 before he had passed away of a heart attack?
No. I'm not talking about... No, not Coach. Not
Coach? Not Coach. Okay.
No. Ernie Pansuso, his nickname was Red, not because he had red hair, but because he read a book. What was his name, the actor? He was in. He was playing a cop show.
I'll look it up on IMDb, see if I can find it.
Way ahead of you.
Oh, really? All right, so I'm going through the whole cast.
Well, he wasn't a cast member; he was a guest star. But he was going to be originally. He was going to be originally the lead star until they did settle with Ted Danson. But he made a couple of guest appearances.
Do you remember the name of his character?
No, you know me. I'm an idiot.
Wait a minute. I'm the one running the stream. I'm the idiot.
Yeah, you were the one that invited me. You're the one.
We got a bunch of assholes on here again, so yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You know what, Cash? You brought it up. I'm gonna go ahead and play it. Let me just get to it.
Do it.
How many assholes we got on this ship, anyhow?
Yo!
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Always. I love that clip.
I love watching that movie.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Let's see, Phil is saying, can anyone name a Padre fan? Well, since I am originally from San Diego, I can actually name a few folks who are Padre fans. Sorry to burst that bubble, Phil.
Yeah, there's definitely some Padre fans. Padres and the Dodgers are close to each other right now. So
Yep. Yeah, they've always been a good National League
Fred
West
Dryer.
rival.
just
Okay.
didn't have
Fred Dryer.
pitching. They've had problems with pitching for a while, so I think they've got pretty good pitching now.
Yeah, it was going to be Fred Dryer who was going to play the role of Sam Malone. He was going to be a football player, a retired football player. And they decided to go with a baseball theme instead, and the role went to, especially when it went to Ted Danson, because Danson didn't really look like a football player.
Yeah, Ted Danson's a little nuts, but overall, he's had a really good TV career.
Oh yeah.
And for anyone who might not be familiar with Fred Dryer, he was in the series Hunter.
That's what I was trying to remember. Yeah,
Hunter. Wow, isn't that 80s?
Yeah, that is 80s.
Wow.
I used to watch it with my mom and dad.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Hunter.
With Dee Dee McCall, if I remember right, was his partner. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it was her name, not her bra size, but I think it was also.
The old show that I'm watching right now is Buck Rogers. It's funny. I don't know. I just...
Yep. Bitty. Hey, Buck. It's a fun show.
It is. It's a fun show. It only went on 2 seasons, so I guess people just at that time were just like, no, we're just not feeling this after a while. So.
No, they were doing the.
You don't think so?
Bait and switch.
Well, you would know. You would know better than I would, Baron. So.
Well, what they were doing was they're moving the show around. They changed the premise completely for that second season, which kind of ruined the flair. And then, of course, it's like, well, we're going kind of like they're doing Star Trek. Okay, we're going to put it move it to a different time. They did the same thing with WKRP.
Oh, the time. Oh no.
Yeah.
Like they did with these other shows. They did the same thing with Carter, Agent Carter. They moved it around. And I think people like this. Leave this on the day. No. Did the same thing with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yep. I still feel the last season could have had more episodes, but at least we got 13. So at least we got.
I mean, 13. even the original Battlestar Galactica was popular, but they canceled.
By your command.
Thank you. Because it cost too much money, type of thing. Then they decided to do Galactica 1980.
Yep. Phil's always talking smack. I'll get you, Phil. I'll get you later.
I'm
Phil.
having too much fun with this voice mod app.
Very cool.
By your command, imperious leader, which is actually an insult.
Paul is certainly taking a while to put on that uniform. Where's the clip?
I'm gonna bring it up again.
He's probably trying to figure out how this is.
Which one do you want? Which one do you want?
Do you have something other than I'm waiting and the other one? Or is it just the 2 from Caddyshack? Or do you have
I just have those 2 from Caddyshack that I created.
Let's see if I got anything here. Let's see if I got anything on my my bucket of films here. So I actually downloaded a bunch of them today too. Where's my short quick takes?
Okay, yeah, no, you gotta find more clips. More clips.
Yeah, I mean,
those are good. It's just Ted Knight is just he's so funny.
Oh, he's so classic.
Yeah. He is just so funny in that movie.
He's a straight man.
Yes, he is. And there's a few inappropriate jokes, but the black guy's like, "Oh, you son of a bitch!" He starts ruining his shoes.
Late. Oh, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
But I wish people would understand, like, these are just jokes. Like, even when the black guy is offended by the joke, he's like, "Oh, you son of a bitch." He takes his shoes, he starts ruining them. It's hilarious. Just hilarious, the guy who works there. It's great.
Hey, Pato, how are you?
Hey, Pato.
It's because 40 years ago, we knew how to have fun. We knew how to have a sense of humor. Yeah. Now, we've got to stick up our ass.
It's a lot to do with social media. A lot of it is. When more people got voices, and I'm not saying they shouldn't, I guess, but...
Hold on.
Here's Pastor Paul's situation.
Hold on. I got to bring up the right sound clip real quick. All right. Where's
sound clips?
Yeah. I know. I've probably downloaded too many of the sound clips. I don't care. All right.
Paul's probably trying to get someone to zip the back up of the uniform because it's like a evening dress. It's like an evening dress. Can someone please zip me up?
All right.
I know I had that problem and I wore it, so I can laugh at that.
Yeah,
Well, I have the same problem with mine, so let me just play this real quick, and I'll bring Paul back in.
Oh, there he is.
Hello.
Oh,
there he goes.
wow.
Well,
There he
we're
looks
waiting.
good.
No, I'm just kidding.
How does it fit?
Honestly, it's a little small. It's
Oh.
really short. Like, I understand now why they pull down on it every
Yep.
time they stand up. And also, I accidentally ripped it a little bit on the side. Like this
Oh,
elastic
no,
part
that's
down here
why-
at the bottom
Oh no.
came off on one of the sides. But thankfully, I have a grandmother that sews, and she should be able to fix it.
Oh, it should be, yeah. And,
Yeah.
you know, and they are short that way. That's why they do have the Picard maneuver. They are not really. They're kind of high riding uniform.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell I'm wearing an undershirt under here, because if not, if I lift my arms up, yeah,
You need to wear something underneath that, just like they did in the show.
So yeah, if anything, this is just more motivation for me to lose weight.
There we go.
But I'm also going to get one that fits a little bit better along with this.
Yeah.
But still, thank you. I really do appreciate this. And yeah, Captain Paul, the next generation from now on.
All right.
There he is.
Pretty nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I did, by the way, add my own badge and
Mhm.
my own rank tabs.
There they are.
Yep.
Nice.
In fact, if I take one of these off, I bet I could make a pretty convincing Captain Riker.
You might. Maybe. Yeah. We'll see.
Obviously, I don't have as much as he does.
No.
Oh yeah, you'll get there. You'll get there. Don't worry.
I know.
Just spread some
Anybody! Nobody!
Anybody!
Here.
Here goes Phil again with his Patrick Stewart hate. Always been kind on that every stream.
And
Especially with
Anybody!
I do have rank pips right here. See?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Phil,
ow,
how dare you? How dare you, Phil? And I thought we were friends.
Those are fighting words.
You know what? You know what? I've got the perfect clip for that. I do.
All right.
I know we're not at Deep Space Nine yet for Tuesday Night Trek, but this is perfect.
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
You know what? I have something even better. Shut up, Phil.
Or how about this, Paul?
Time has come. Execute Order 66.
That could work too.
Oh, man.
That was my
yourself
double
in deep
whopper
again,
and
Phil.
fries.
Or
Indeed.
let me get to it.
He loves his sound bites.
Yes, I do. I do love my sound bites. Thank you for noticing, Baron.
And yes, Padawannabe, I do need to stay in service shape. Like, I'm pretty sure, I bet this uniform could fit Michael.
Nice.
So maybe I might loan this out to him after I get,
There we go.
of course, this injury and it fixed.
Injury, yes.
Well, if it's the elastic, yeah. It's, elastic after a while kind of goes.
Mm-hmm.
Plus that might.
You know, Phil, maybe you're lacking a little something.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
How about no?
I've got that one too. I've got that one too.
You sent that one to me, actually.
Yes, I did.
How about new?
How about new? That's great.
And you know, I mean, what? Now this is turning into Mike plays all his sound clips and let's see.
You know your
toys.
You know your clips like the back of your hand.
Yep, that's right.
Oh, you know. Thanks, Paul. Thank you.
I know this ship like the back of my hand.
No, not in there.
Yeah.
You know, I have one simple request, and that is to have sharks with frickin' laser beams attached to their heads.
Did you guys hear that?
Yep. It's great. Yeah. I can be hip, Scott. I can be hip. Ducka, 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 ducka. Those movies are still funny.
You kidding? I was watching Goldmember the other day, and I was still cracking up.
Yep.
I mean, okay, so sports were never actually in Austin Powers, but still, it's pop culture, so we can talk pop culture with that. And they're still fun movies. Or when we had a sense of humor, we've lost our sense of humor.
We have. We don't get stuff, and I don't. It's
I find this incredible.
Everyone is so. It's because everyone is so scared of offending people.
They are.
Well, and that's just the one thing when you start getting into the sports movies and such like that, where we're talking about it.
Yeah.
People, obviously the camaraderie and all that, it goes completely into non-woke, non-PC. I mean, when you got a bunch of guys together like that are, it's just be careful. They're going to be wild.
There's literally some sexual harassment in like the first major league where. With the owner, the female. Right. There's literally some sexual harassment. It's just, but it's just funny, and you know that owner is a bitch. So.
Right.
Well, what she deserved, yes. Yep.
And also talking about what her past was. I mean,
yes,
just looking forward that this is what you were.
Yep. It's funny. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I would love to see stuff like Knocked Up again and Something About Mary and other stuff. Even stuff that I found funnier than Something About Mary, like Forgetting Sarah Marshall was hilarious. I love that movie. So funny.
I mean, there are a lot of funny movies. I mean, you want to talk about pop culture and sports. There was even the movie that had Drew Barrymore and Jimmy Fallon. I can't remember the name of
that
it,
one was pretty good. Yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah, Jimmy Fallon, he's changed a lot too.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's always been like that. It's just now
I think you're just seeing the whole way.
Yep, you're just seeing it's worse.
I mean, when you take a look at the Man Show with Jimmy Kimmel and what he is now, I mean, it's like you're pathetic.
Jimmy Kimmel used to be really funny. And I met him many, many years ago when he used to work over here at K-Rock radio station. He's a nice guy. And he's changed so much. So much. Yeah, I still have his autograph. But
it's becoming Hollywood.
Yeah.
You get a taste of that fame and you think you're better than everyone else.
Or he's just always been like that and just waiting. I don't know. It's like he never had to change. Even the Jimmy Kimmel show, when it first started, at least the first few years, it was very funny. There's a lot of funny stuff. Now it's just more of a lecture, just like all these late night shows. They're just not entertaining anymore. It's just, the Office Space and Waiting for Classics for me. I know Office Space, or even Dodgeball, I don't even know if that could be made now. It should be. But those type of comedies, but who knows?
No, but I'm glad you brought up Dodgeball because that was one of the movies I was thinking of bringing up myself for this stream. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
He goes, I got some hookers in the back. I laughed so hard. He says, no, it's okay. Vince Vaughn's character, and then he gets, well, it's the luck of the Irish, and then like the thing falls on him. It kills him. He's in the wheelchair. I laugh so hard. This is so ridiculous. And then he goes, Joni loves Chachi. Like, Ben Stiller in that is just so funny. That really happened. And he's like, where he grabbed the bull by the horns or whatever. That really happened. It's too funny, that movie, Dodgeball. It's so, I don't know if it's underrated, but it's even funny. Lance Armstrong makes an appearance. I'm like, don't ever get rid of that. Because that didn't age well, but it's still funny. Yeah,
Lance One Nut Armstrong.
Yep, I know.
Now we're talking about geekery in sports. When I was at the rugby championship in Las Vegas, Rugby 7, look what we had walking around there. We had a Mr. Spock, and I'm assuming his Nurse Chapel along with him there.
Yeah.
Yes.
This isn't the high. And I just want to this isn't a high paying area. This is the exclusive top of the line VIP booth that we had here. So I'm going to stop this one. Let's see if I can get the other one.
Okay.
And get this. I don't know why my screen went there. So let me grab this other one. Now the story behind this one here, if I can get this one up on this one. Let's see. Share screen. And I don't. Is that one coming up on there? I know one time I was trying to get these up. These two here, lovely couple, they got married there at this championship. Yes.
Nice.
So this is, and of course, guess who married them? Let me get this one down, and I'll show you who the person is that married them. And. One of these days, I'm going to get two screens. By the way, I promise. Honestly, I'm not
I've
lying.
been there, brother.
So, and that's who married them.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, they went down. Yeah, so they went down to where they have their little championship platform down there in the middle of the between games, and Elvis married a Star Trek couple that was walking around at this rugby championship.
Do you, red shirt, take this red shirt to be your lovely wedded husband, wife, until some alien attacks you and kills her?
And he tell you to find out about that Orion slave girl that was on City Alpha 5.
Do I want to play that one or do I want to play the other one? Because if that happens, the Orion slave girl comes along and the wife finds out that you hear this music all of a sudden.
Yep.
Yep. Of course, hopefully Whoop is able to come into the stream tonight too, because I was going to play that when he showed up since, he's the Cardinal fan, I'm the Cub fan. And
yeah, sure. Or play something in Pokemon.
And, the one thing I wanted to address too is kind of the hypocrisy in media when it comes around to, and I'm actually going to go a different area than you're probably thinking there, Cash. Where they kind of, because I've been through my career with being involved in science fiction clubs and such. Yep. I've had so many cameras and microphones shoved in my face back in those days. And then what they try to do is they try to make you out to look like a friggin' idiot because you're a Star Trek fan or you're a moron. But then they'll run to a sports fan who is, I think the Simpsons kind of made fun of it. It's freezing out there. The guy's topless. He's got the colors of the team and the icicles, and it's like, oh, that's perfectly normal,
right?
And it's like, when it comes around to this, I have found in more ways some sports people far more obsessive about sports, almost to the point of it's kind of unhealthy.
Yeah,
than I found with science fiction people.
Yeah, it depends. It depends, with certain people. But yeah, it's
And trust me, I've met enough unhealthy, unhinged individuals in the science fiction community throughout my years as well. But it's like one is given a pass while the other one is fawned, while the other one, and fawned over while the other one's mocked and derided.
Well, not only that, if you're a fan of pop culture and a fan of sports, your stats. It doesn't matter, if it's batting average, fielding percentage, or, how fast the original Enterprise could go, how many decks it had, how many impulse engines. And
yep. Well, a lot of journalists now, I don't know, they've probably always been bad to an extent with their questions, but there's a lot of journalists now that want to ask those trap questions. just to, so they can get views and attention, social media status, whatever, or more of that. It's quite pathetic, personally.
And it has been that way, actually. To be honest with you, I mean, I've been interviewed in one fashion or another, whether it's been involved with the history recreation and lecturing I did, or the science fiction running around on there. It's just 20 odd years plus of having cameras from around the world shoved in my face. And the funniest thing is when we were in Lillehammer for the Olympics, we were doing the Viking village that we had out there. We were invited to help out there. Our local station for CBS didn't want to even talk to us. The Salt Lake City station came by and they were shoving a camera and they're having a grand old time. They were great. They were great. They were wonderful people. Sure. And they said, where's your local? I said, we don't know. We haven't seen them. I guess they were just out there just giving them a bad time. He said, you got some Minnesotans up there playing Viking. Why aren't you interviewed? Well, because it's not we want to have the special interest story we have over here. It's much more important. Yeah, I mean, as it goes along there, reporters are about that much higher than the IQ 72.
Well,
not much.
the articles they write, I mean, like, I remember an article I saw on Entertainment Weekly, and they can just be so biased. And their articles, it's like, if you guys don't think you deserve to be criticized, GameSpot, there is a whole list of people, and especially when they get into their politics. But I remember this one article, this woman was just so upset that spoiler alert, that in Frozen 2, the snowman dies. Oh no. And so she's like, I can't. I know, right?
No, for real. I haven't seen this movie.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
But it's okay. I'm not going to.
I didn't think you were going to be that upset about it, Paul. But
no.
Let it go, Paul. Let it go.
Hey, this thing has batteries now.
He's got one.
Come here, be my target practice.
I got two more up there, so.
And you guys can still find this article.
I got two faces, one for each of you.
Each of you.
I don't have a lightsaber right now in reach.
This is gonna be Baron here in a second. Let me go find the clip. Yes, I am having fun playing these clips tonight, but that's part of Pop Talk. It's always having fun.
You tell him I'm coming, and hell's coming with me. You hear? Hell's coming with me.
An amazing movie that.
Yep, it's great.
Yes.
And I'm gonna make a bold claim. Val Kilmer's best role.
Oh yeah, that's Doc Holliday.
Definitely one of his. Yes.
I left this on. The batteries are dead.
Choo choo choo.
Bang bang. Do the Star Trek. There you go. Star Trek movie style, man. We're going classic here.
Looks like we got a Mexican standoff here.
Yes.
It's too bad we don't have Mexican Iron Man.
He gets mentioned and it pops up.
Pew 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 pew.
He's
always up blasting.
Up
blasting.
Oh wait, hold on. I don't know what mode does what.
Oh, super funny. But yeah, so that woman, she mentioned that and like how upset her daughter was, or she thinks I guess she was more upset. She's like, I can't believe they showed this in Frozen 2. Like, this could scar kids. And I'm like, get out of here with this nonsense. And people in the comment section ripped her, including me. I ripped her also. I was like, come on. I tried to be somewhat nice.
Scarred?
But this is ridiculous.
Her daughter could be scarred.
Snowman.
Her daughter could be scarred. Okay.
Sensibilities nonsense.
Okay.
Snowman
Okay.
melt.
Yeah.
Here's what I've got for you.
One shall stand, one shall fall. Why throw away your life so recklessly?
Yeah.
I hate you, Pacific.
No, not Optimus. Well, I got a nice little animal movie for that woman to show her kid. It's about a dog. It's called Old Yeller. Oh, she'll love it.
Oh no! Oh, you think that's bad? Try where the red fern grows.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a sad movie too.
It's just it's just an example of journalism that it's like people are going to criticize you, and of course now where we've seen where it's like if a woman writes an article and it's not very good about a game or whatever, all these journalists come out, these white knights, to defend her. I'm like, it doesn't matter if it's a man or woman or whatever. It's if it's not a good article and she didn't really play the game and she didn't test things, and people are looking at this review so they can see something good about the game or what they're more interested about the game, and she doesn't do a good job, yeah, she deserves to be criticized. I remember when there was more gaming reviews out there that actually broke down the games well. And so, like with IGN and all these things, like IGN seems to have gotten a little bit better. I read some of their articles, but they even have their own shenanigans too with GameSpot and all these other ones. Just you guys could write better because we've seen it before. So yeah, it's weird.
Speaking of IGN, though, they broke some pretty interesting news today that apparently there's going to be an extended edition of Spider-Man No Way Home coming back to theaters in September.
What? Oh,
yeah.
Really?
Oh,
okay.
All right.
Sweet.
Sounds good to me.
Yes, me too.
Baron, your dog's sticking her tongue out.
Yeah, well, that's because she has no teeth.
I know. I'm just pointing out the obvious.
Yeah. She's my toothless doxy.
But
are we just gonna accept the fact that right now that Baron's showing his wiener on stream?
I'm stroking.
Wow,
I'm stroking
Paul,
my
that's
wiener. I love to stroke my wiener.
Is the cat there too still?
Yep. Mouse is over there. Mouse is not he's not impressed.
Paul, just for saying that.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
No joke's gonna top it tonight.
I got pussy and wiener around here, so
I think you stand corrected, Pacific.
I will take
okay, all right. You know what? Here. I'll switch places. There we go.
You know I'll go there. But
you're dirty.
I'm dirty man. Well, sports is a dirty game. It's a dirty thing. Sports is, right? You don't care.
Sports is a dirty game, especially when you see what players will do to other players on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course.
I mean, think about the hardball. Think about hardball when these guys came back after the war.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when you had, like, in the late 40s and in the 50s, you literally had hardball. These guys were playing hard because they're vets now. Yeah. And it's like, this was sometimes some of the...
That ought to be, come on.
I'm not even putting that up on screen. No.
But
no.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Brick killed a guy. I love that.
And the thing, he's not even asleep, and there's... But think about how you had that hardball that came out afterwards, and these guys were vicious on the field. That's cleats up, sliding into home base,
mm-hmm.
and if they it's like it was a bloodier sport than football in some ways during those days. And always that back to this was the heyday of baseball. Well, of course, these guys' attitudes changed before and after, obviously, the war that they had out there,
mm-hmm.
and so it was hard and dirty. The thing is I've gotten so far out of American sports, except I do, like I said, I love baseball. I really do love baseball. And in fact, I was saying to Mike, he was showing a little bit of the game there, and I told him, I said, I really miss caring about baseball.
Yeah.
And when the politics got in there, and and it was like it just was a turnoff. Even our local team, they did the kneel here in our local home club. It's like, do you really have to?
Right.
Honestly, you really have to. We are here for a game, not a message. We're trying to escape the world for a little bit.
Right.
And when it comes around to professional, I've actually gone, and it's hard for me now because it's harder to find the games now. But I've gone rugby. I love rugby. Rugby is such, I compare, I look at football and I look at rugby. It's hands down. I'm going to go with rugby because these guys are just.
Narcorial, what do you think?
Look at that uniform there. That's a sharp uniform.
Yeah.
And I've got the perfect sound clip to play whenever you pop in now, nerd.
Nerd alert!
Nice.
He is so bloody
Send me
sound
some of
clip.
those, please.
I
will.
gotta get that program.
All right. But talking about dirt and corruption in sports, for me, hey Whoopa.
Whoopa!
Hello.
How's it going, Whoopa?
Hey, Whoopa.
Hey, I forgot that you operate on Eastern time. I'm like, oh, 8 o'clock. I'll be there. And now I'm like, oh, I was maybe late.
Whoops. Well, we're waiting. No, I'm just kidding. It's all good.
Have you seen my wiener? Would you like to see my wiener?
What's that?
Magnificent wiener.
What was that movie? Ask me about my wiener.
That was dang it, I can't think of it now. Oh, wasn't that Acceptance? Was that it?
Something about
Whoopa?
like college, like if they made a college or something.
Yeah, that was Acceptance. Yeah. Where he had the fake college he made up. Justin Long's character. Yeah.
Yep.
I think that was Acceptance. Yeah.
But anyways, as I was saying when Whoopa popped in, you want to talk about dirt and corruption in sports? I got 2 words for you: Vince McMahon.
Oh yeah,
he's
the guy's always cheated the wrestlers that have worked for him under the contract and
and of course the most
contractors.
And of course the most publicized one in case of this was Montreal Survivor Series 9-7, Bret Hart.
Yep.
I mean, I remember. We have Jesse the Body Ventura here. Of course, he was our governor and all that. But that was one of his big claims. I took Vince McMahon to court to make sure I got my money. So it's like he was always talking about how he took Vince to court to get his royalties.
How much of that though was just bluster from him? I wonder.
I think you got a mill.
Okay.
And it was all about. It was actually not about the wrestling. It was all about being a commentator. He was screwed out with the commentating stuff. So,
gotcha.
With the tapes and all that he was on, he because Jesse was always Jesse is always about himself.
Yeah.
He is the most self-centered, egotistical SOB out there. And even when he was governor, it showed big time. That's why That's why he didn't run again. He knew there was no chance he was going to win. So when it comes around to the money signs, it's like, show me the money, I can sue Vince McMahon. And he got he was always bragging. He got about $1 million from Vince McMahon because of the contract with the tapes and all that with his commentary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and someone like Jesse Ventura will never shut up, even when you show him the facts.
Mm-hmm.
He'll say,
off on people.
Listen to some of his conversation he had back in the day with Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's always been a big conspiracy theorist.
Oh.
I can see that, yeah.
Yeah, you want to know anything about JFK conspiracy, and you got about 3 weeks that you don't have to worry about, just ask him about it. And, and the 3 weeks is just the starting up. Then he starts ramping up.
6 months later, you're still in the very beginning stages.
Yes.
And
computer freeze program.
Yeah.
I'll be back, Jesse. I gotta go handle the bridge.
Wait a minute, you can't go yet. I disabled the safety protocols.
Last I checked, your name was Jesse Ventura, not Moriarty.
Yeah.
I'm the body.
I'm the poop.
I ain't got time to bleed. I mean, Predator. That's in pop culture, and Jesse Ventura was a wrestler. So that's how you get the wrestling fans to go see Predator. And I'm not talking about Prey. I'm talking about Predator, not this knockoff Predator movie that they're coming out with on Hulu.
Oh, it looks great. What's going to happen is the Predator's going to apologize to the tribe or the village or the natives or whatever, and then it's going to be great. It's going to be great. He's going to be. I'm sorry, I killed you. It's going to be fantastic.
Well, but the movie that was more suited for Jesse was actually The Running Man, where he was playing. What was that? I can't remember, but he was one of the former chasers in the film there, and then now he was a commentator, and of course that had that wrestling vibe to it, even though it was let's hunt people down and kill them, and. That was a lot more suited for good old Jesse. Of course, as Jesse wants to sit back and say, "I wonder a few people that ever killed Arnold on the screen."
And he was also, if I'm not mistaken, the first one to get killed in the original Predator.
Yeah, he was one of the first ones. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But
and have you guys seen the movie The Wrestler with Mickey Rourke?
Heard of it?
Yes,
I've heard of it. I never.
Yes, it ends with a cliffhanger. My brother's best friend still doesn't like that. I love that movie, dude. That was a really good film.
Yeah, it's very good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, think about the wrestlers that did move on to be, into the acting field. Roddy Piper with They Live. I mean, what a wonderful job he did in that film, and what a great film that was. Of course, obviously Dwayne Johnson, The Rock himself.
Right, and then you got John Cena. Are you guys happy, John Cena? John Cena. I like that. John Cena.
John Cena.
Yeah. Are you guys happy that he went from a wrestler to an actor? He can
Honestly,
be
no.
funny.
I think he should have stayed a wrestler.
Interesting. Yeah.
And I think The Rock should have too, even though I don't like him.
He's been pandering a bit recently again.
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude, stop doing this.
Yeah, but
stuff.
that's John Cena. Let's face it, that's
John Cena and The Rock. Dwayne The Rock Johnson's been pandering a little bit too.
Yeah.
It's like, stop.
Yep.
Hey, you know that the red shirt rule doesn't apply in the next generation.
Mm-hmm. And the next generation, the boys in gold will soon be cold.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Unlike Star Trek, where the boys in red will soon be dead in the original series.
All I know is The Rock better not mess up the XFL. If he does, I'll be very angry at him.
Dude, does the XFL need to come back?
No, it
does not.
No, it doesn't. That's the answer.
It already came back, and it was amazing. And then COVID ruined it.
Dude, it was not amazing.
Yeah.
It was.
I think the fact that it got shut down like that twice is a sign that it should stay dead.
Never.
It was. They were trying to do something with it. It's just like this.
It worked. Did you watch?
They have professional. What's up?
Go ahead. Did you watch any of the games for the XFL reboot?
I have not really. Well, maybe a little bit.
It's a totally different. It's not like the initial kind where it was all
that was on
like
NBC. Yeah.
It was. First of all, they were, I believe, the most successful spring football league ever, even though they closed halfway through the season because of the Rona. First of all, they actually brought a team to St. Louis instead of the NFL doing their evil things. They made kick returns fun again. They installed, they have a 1 point, 2 point, and 3 point conversion at the end. It was a lot of fun. They had it was a good product. It wasn't just like, it wasn't like if the AAF, if you guys don't know.
Yes, I know. That's what's going on now. Arena Football League or whatever it's called now.
No, that's like Arena Football is pretty much dead. There is fan control football.
But there's another football going on right now because we don't have the NFL, so we need this. It's just oversaturation.
That was the USFL reboot.
Yes.
That's just boring. I haven't even paid attention to it.
I don't want to watch any of that. It's like they have to put this on. It's like we got to find something. We got to find some sports to entertain the people, and I'm like,
but I like the football having like a different league, just because
I'm
Like, I
fine
don't
with
want to
them
watch
taking.
the NFL. I
I'm
don't want
fine
to
with
watch
them
that crap.
taking time off because then baseball starts up and like sports are still going to continue. I just think sometimes like I don't care for MLS. I've watched some of it. I don't like it. I like Euro leagues and of course FIFA. I love FIFA, but I don't just there's too much. I get it. They need a league. They have to have this. Same with the WNBA and as many people even on YouTube has said it. It's just not that exciting. I'm sorry to break it to you, ladies. There's some great women players in there, but it's just not that exciting. And then you've got the NBA where it's not like with the Kobe era or even before that with the Jordan era when he was in his prime. These players, a lot of them are soft, and they're just like, "Oh, I got fouled. Ref, please raise my hand. I hurt my hand. I hurt my
I mean,
foot."
if you want to see real woman sports, I'm going to go right back to rugby. My word, I sometimes find watching women's rugby a lot more fascinating. It's a different game, but they're out there. They're tough. It's like, and they're women too. That's just it. It's not like they're trying to be out there men, but it's just an amazing sports. And I don't know. I don't know what it is about WNBA. It's boring. I'm not a big foot basketball fan, anyways.
Yeah,
as it goes. And all I know is all they can do is bitch that they're not getting the same amount of money as the other players.
They're not getting
drawing
enough.
the crowd.
Right. That's what it is. And this has been talked about before. They're just not drawing in a crowd. And so they can say this is sexist or they can whatever they play with their word games. They're not drawing in. And where are the ads? And ESPN's like, we're going to care all about these women's sports teams. That's fine. Like, I think softball is still a really good sport, but it's not as popular as men's. And and if the women would actually do more of the work, I know I said this, if they would actually do more of the marketing and not let the men do it for them or other people do it for them, I think maybe that would help their sport more. But it also doesn't help when these sports get involved in politics. That's why stuff like baseball has gotten more away from it. They've gotten away from it, which is good. And I'm sure people sometimes. There's stuff going on.
Remember, we still got Manfred as the commissioner, and he's looking to destroy the game.
I know. I feel like he is to some extent. Yes.
But that's why I was saying like how much I like the XFL and want it to succeed is because it's it doesn't have. They specifically started it. I know that's why I worry about with the Rock on. They specifically started it and said, "Hey, we're not going to." You're not going to have those personal statements on the field. People bring in the outside game. It's strictly about the product on the field. And obviously, as someone from St. Louis, not a big fan of what the NFL did. We have a settlement to prove that they screwed us over. Like, hey, let's get something that can. Maybe it's a good product. It's not like a lot of the other spring. At least it was. It wasn't like a lot of the spring football leagues where. It's like, oh, this is kind of crappy, but this was been good, and they added a lot of kind of extra things that didn't make it like a sideshow, but made it like something different. And that's what I really liked about it.
Yeah,
all we want, whether it's a television series or movie or going to any sporting event, we just want to be entertained. We don't want any politics thrown in there. We don't want any agendas. We don't want any pandering. We just want to be able to watch the movie, show, game, and enjoy it for however long it's going on for.
Yes, it would be nice. It's just you don't. And the thing is, whenever these people, these coaches, these players talk about these situations, they're ignorant to them because they don't want to see the whole situation. So why not just not talk about it? And then when the ratings go down with the NBA, like I know the ratings right now for the finals are not doing that well. Maybe they've gone a bit up. But,
none of the sports finals are doing well.
It's just you guys start talking about politics again. Just shut your mouth. Or if you don't want to shut your mouth, fine. Then be fair about the whole issue. Don't start going on about how this has to be this way and has to be this, or I didn't watch this trial, but I heard about the verdict and I'm so upset about it. It's really pathetic. It just I wish these people would just be quiet, because what they do, and then they blame the fans after the politics happen. It's like, sure, you can do whatever you want. Sports Center, you can do what you want. Do sport, but don't be surprised that a number of people don't want to listen to this.
Meanwhile, UFC does not care.
No, they do not care, because White, he, and I've actually heard him talk live. He was on this Jim Rome show. I don't know if you guys know of Jim Rome.
Yeah, he used to be on ESPN.
Yes.
Yeah, Rome is burning.
Yes, he used to have his own show on Showtime, and we got to go to a taping of it. Oh, Phil's here. That's trouble. I'm just kidding.
Hey, Phil, now that I have this uniform, I'm going to be shaving my head just for you.
Make it so.
So you're going to be the Patrick Stewart Snoke character that I always said to people that exist. There we go. There we go.
Just for you. And I'm going to make you love Picard.
That's right.
Ooh, that's a tall order, Paul. That's a very tall order.
But these people, they just need to stop talking about this, because then they go and attack the fans over this and about the politics. It gets old. It's like people just want to be entertained. And then the player's like, well, I don't want to just dance around for you. You're supposed to be entertainment. That's your job.
Oh, it's like Star Wars fans being attacked for not liking Reva.
I know. Well, it's very easy
because
for them
people
to play
are not
game.
hashtag embracing the fake.
Right.
That's what it is. Look at it this way. Look at it this way. And I hate going to do this, but I'm going to. 40, 50 years ago, you went to a concert, you pay a lot of money to go see whatever band you wanted to see.
Yeah.
And if you paid $50 back then for a ticket and they were lip syncing, there would be a riot.
You're talking about Kiss, aren't you?
I'm not just talking about Kiss. There's more than just Kiss.
Oh, yeah. There are others.
There's Kiss. Kiss today. And the funny thing is, Kiss 40 years ago would say, oh, we'll never do that. We'll never do that. And today, they're doing it.
Thank you, DJ.
So, and it's not just in that genre of music. That's your entertainment. If Dave tried pulling this even 30 years ago, this stuff would not fly.
Like 30 years ago, Milli Vanilli. Remember all the fallout when it was discovered that they lip sync?
Oh, yeah.
I remember
it's
that.
Different if you're performing a video, okay? But if you're live and you're paying today's prices, you're going to go see, I don't care, let's say Led Zeppelin came back. $200 a ticket. And Robert Plant is lip singing to a background track. There'll be a riot. I would demand my money back.
Oh, yes.
I don't care.
Or if Jimmy Page was faking his guitar playing, that would set me. I would like burn the place down if I found out Jimmy
in
Page
Minecraft.
was faking it. In Minecraft.
People today is what
for
is
legal reasons. That's a joke.
You know, and I told you this before, Pacific. Think about this. A major corporation tried to force us back in the day to accept New Coke. They did everything possible. We absolutely refused. People that never touched a Pepsi were picking up a Pepsi rather than drinking New Coke. Within 2 months, that company did a 360, put New Coke back on the shelf. I mean, Classic Coke back on the shelf. Where is New Coke today?
Not on the shelf.
You know, when we're watching Star Wars, and God bless these people that love what everything's in Star Wars, but for me, as a person that grew up with Star Wars, went to the movie theater, and I'm going to say this: nothing against people that weren't born at the time,
right?
But I was there. If I didn't go to the movie theater to see A New Hope before it was called A New Hope, and if I didn't get my parents to buy me toys that Christmas of Star Wars, none of the other people that were born after me, prequels, sequel, trilogy, whatever, you guys wouldn't be here talking Star Wars.
Nope.
Very true.
Yeah,
I'm
in the same boat. Same here.
And when I see and I say Paul was there, this is going to hurt because this to me is breaking canon. And then when I see the stuff in there, snow speeders like attack helicopters. Really.
That was one of the things that irked me about it. I mean, that and the fact that it seemed like Obi-Wan forgot how to wield a lightsaber. It's like, that's the clunkiest choreographed scene I've seen in the movie in a while.
Did you see when he went to rescue her, Leia, out of the torture chamber, and he was fighting the stormtrooper? His lightsaber bounced off the plastic armor. A lightsaber never even bounced off the clone troopers, but it bounced off a stormtrooper's armor.
What I can also say is, like, episode 4 just has missed opportunities. Like, there should be flashbacks of either Order 66, make us actually care about Reva. Episode 2 and episode 2 and 4 I feel have been the weakest. Episode 1 and 3 I think have been better.
Darth Vader
I have
to
such
go through fire.
I have such a mixed feelings. I know. I have mixed feelings about this show. I don't hate it, but I'm not loving it either. And I want there to be more flashbacks. I agree with some other people that I've talked to. Like, I think we're going to see Qui-Gon in like episode 6. It's probably not going to be this next episode coming up. But there could be doing so much more with this show, but I don't hate it. It's just, it's better than Book of Boo Boo. Is that saying a lot? I don't know, but probably not.
When you have their own canon they're breaking, all right.
George Lucas did break his canon too. I have to.
It's okay, yeah. But to the degree that they're doing, no, right. you didn't kill off a character that is supposed to be alive.
Right.
You didn't all of a sudden give us Obi-Wan, who in Rebels, which is 5 years before this, was able to fight Darth Maul no problem and still use his form from Revenge of the Sith, to now that he's a complete idiot that doesn't even know how to hold a lightsaber.
Well, he has lived in the desert a long time, and he probably...
I don't care. You know what? Take somebody that was in the military and was taught to break down a weapon, whatever, M16, for sake of argument. They teach you how to break it down and put it together practically blindfolded. Do you think somebody's going to forget? Do you think someone's going to really forget?
It might take me a while, but I could still do it.
But I'm telling you, if someone was trained to wield a sword, it might be a little rusty, but you're not going to forget. You're not going to forget.
Well,
your muscle memory would kick in.
I mean, I know this Kenobi is more recent. I don't like the fact that we've already seen Leia. She's been kidnapped twice. Once was okay for me. Twice.
I don't want to be. You are pushing it with me right now. First the wiener comments, and now this.
You're gonna get cut.
I will give him a little bit of
leeway. By the way, Spock, what do you think of the uniform and the phaser that I got?
I love the remote phaser and I love the outfit.
Specific, I would give him a little leeway.
And it has its battery. See.
That is awesome. I've always wanted a dolphin phaser.
Pretty cool.
The dolphin phasers are beautiful.
Them kind of toys. Let's just not go there. They look like they came from 1970. Hong Kong, got one too. Made in Taiwan.
Oh, if you guys want to see something, if you guys want to really see some awful entertainment, and if you just feel like it because your friend wanted to watch it, watch the first episode of Miss Marvel. There is so much. I'm gonna just curse. I don't care. Again, there is.
You're allowed to curse.
I know. Just making sure. There is so much fucking neon. There is
Hold on.
Right. There is.
Keep cursing. Keep cursing.
There is so much fucking neon in this show. It's embarrassing. I love that. That is great.
His cursing's Morse code now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's
Come on, just try to have fun.
I love it.
Well,
TMZ
you know, and the disgusting.
The thing is, though, guys, it's there's an echo somewhere. I don't know.
It was Spock. I think.
Yeah, it was Spock.
Spock.
Okay.
Dang you.
Yeah.
Dang it, Spock.
Hey guys, real quick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. I promised Crit I would play some Fortnite with him.
Nice.
All right, brother.
Okay.
All right.
Fortnite.
All right.
All right, I'll
See you later.
Yeah.
Later.
Take care, Captain.
But yeah, this Miss Marvel show, and I've watched a lot of these, or at least try some of these. I did watch all of Moon Knight, which turned into Layla Night. I don't care what anybody says, which turned into Hippo Problems. But that's, if you guys watch it, you'll know why. The Miss Marvel is not for me. I would say if people want to try it, go ahead. It's probably the worst Disney Plus Marvel show I've ever seen. This first episode, they focus on this family. It's just cringe, and there is so much neon, and they just love talking about Miss Marvel. And even in the show, they're doing like a costume. Yeah, they're doing like a contest for everybody there is Miss Marvel. Everybody. I'm like, well, what about anybody else? It's a bad show. Now, if people like it, great. But I just can't even see critics saying like this is a good show, and they have, and I don't know why, but this show is not good. It was cringe, and I watched this with my friend and another friend, and they're like, "Let's watch this." I'm like, "We want to torture ourselves? Okay, here we go." I can't say any good things about this first episode. I just can't.
I would say that for me, they should have stopped after Endgame. But since they continued on, the only thing with Marvel that is any good is Spider-Man. And I'll say this to now.
Damn right.
Sony protects its rights to Spider-Man. They're not going to let Disney do to Spider-Man what they're doing to the other characters. So you have a voice there. The other characters, you see what they're doing. I didn't see no Doctor Strange. I didn't see WandaVision. I don't care. Thor.
Yeah, I didn't watch WandaVision.
I will tell you this, Thor. Please, no more Thor movies. I'm getting burned out. Even if it's good, I'm getting burned out.
I guess.
And
well, that's what I was kind of saying. Is I think we're running into fatigue,
oversaturation, definitely.
Right,
Yes.
and that's even not worse. Just Marvel. It's also good in Star Wars. It's there's oversaturation, and then of course, what do they have to fall on? Because somebody's not taking or not liking something or a character. Oh, you're being racist because the character is a person of color. If that's the case, then why is Carl Weathers so popular in The Mandalorian? And why do you have
his character was so good? His character was so good.
Reeve Cogger is a good character.
Here's my thing though, because it might sound a bit harsh, but they're being a little bit too nice to cringy films. They'll say, especially like for Miss Marvel, for example, this whole show, they're not going to be too rude to her because I'm sure because she's a kid, they're going to take that into regard, and they're going to say this is probably one of her first projects. They're going to be like, be nice to her. That's all good and all. I understand where that good-heartedness is coming from, but you can't just appease shit content. I'm sorry. Then you're just going to get more of it. You're just going to get more of it. It's like a flood.
Where Star Wars is different than the other franchises that's been destroyed. Now you can throw Star Wars pretty much in there now. But where they do the mistake is they don't even know their own canon. They don't even know who's their own actors. When they say, oh, Reva's the first African-American character. No. Did they forget Lando? Did they forget Billy D. Williams? Was there anybody?
Mace, that's for sure.
Was there anybody in 1981 that complained about Billy D. Williams' character? No.
You didn't hear not that I've ever seen.
And in 1981, there were some people left over that was a little, let's just say, they had their hate. They grew up that way. God bless them. But you never heard someone say, oh, Billy D. Williams kissed a white girl's hand. You didn't hear no complaints.
Oh,
You didn't hear nothing.
No, nobody cared.
Nobody cared. Nobody cared.
No, the complaint was
blamed
is you're
us.
trying to move in on Han's territory. That was what the complaint was. It had nothing to do with the race. It's like, hey, whoa,
it
that's
didn't.
Han's conquest.
It didn't.
You know?
Nothing. And I don't understand why. If I say I don't like this is the only franchise. If I don't like this series, it's not that I don't like the people. It's I'm immediately called a racist.
Yeah, no, they think that they. Well, here's the thing, it might be turning out to look like that now, but from how I've seen Obi-Wan, to me, it didn't personally seem woke just because they had Moses Ingram on it. But they're gonna say, oh, if you don't like, they're gonna believe it's woke nonetheless. That audience, but they're gonna say, oh, if you don't like this, you don't like woke content, you're racist. You know, it all adds up to that. It's Obi-Wan isn't even technically woke. It's just a Star Wars show, a very mediocre one at best. But you know, it's there.
I will
think that I always,
if they brought William Shatner back to do a season of, say, one season playing Captain Kirk again, and they didn't do it right, I guarantee you there'll be a vast majority of Star Trek fans be rioting right now.
Yeah.
They would. I mean, you brought back Ewan McGregor, you brought back Hayden Christensen. I was totally against it. I don't see the whole point of this. It was perfectly fine how it was when we went from Revenge of the Sith to A New Hope.
I agree, because like not every mystery has to be explained. Why do we? I mean, you know, we got the EU books, and they explain an Obi-Wan story there, which my friends have brought up to me. If that was turned into a show, probably not many people would watch it because it's not that entertaining. But it's still a good story. It's just like, why does everything now have to be explained? I like that there's a gap there between, you know, A New Hope and Episode 3. Why does it, you know, it should just be left alone. I agree with that.
And I still think it's crazy that I know maybe not everyone thought this. I just know as a kid, I was, I guess, prequel era. And I remember after those movies, the conversation from every kid I can remember is, dude, Mace Windu's so cool, man. I want a purple lightsaber.
Yes,
it's so awesome. Maybe that's not the most technical film analysis. We were all little kids, but just the fact they're saying, "Oh, these people are racist." Like, dude, the coolest character growing up was Mace Windu. How can
it's because Samuel L. Jackson wanted a purple lightsaber, and George Lucas gave him that purple lightsaber.
Yes,
and it's almost like
Samuel
they know.
L. Jackson, no.
Yeah,
he did
it's
a
almost
good
like
job
they
as
know
that role. I think he did a good job as an actor.
Right.
I know that,
and I
not
know
the
a
role
lot
that
of
you think
people
of him
bring
for,
up
but
about the prequel hate, and we just, to a degree they're right, but to a degree they're wrong.
Yeah.
Because maybe because maybe we're similar in ages. We didn't have Star Wars between 1983 and 1991 when the books came out. You know, the biggest thing between Return of the Jedi and The Phantom Menace was Shadows of the Empire. That was huge. There wasn't even a movie. And it was set up, everything in the malls and the stores. It was like a Star Wars movie was coming out. People were excited. Then when you get to A Phantom Menace, we didn't get today's advertisement like you people get today. There was a lot of people.
What do you mean, you people?
You young people.
Young whippersnappers.
We're going to see Phantom Menace, and they were expecting to see not episode 1 like we know it. They were thinking, oh, we're going to see episode 7, Luke Skywalker. And there were people, when I went to go to the theater, they were saying, there's no Luke Skywalker. That's because it's what? They didn't know, didn't watch nothing on TV, and they're expecting to see Luke Skywalker, and here you got this little boy. They didn't even realize it was about Anakin Skywalker. And people were upset by that because they wanted Luke, Han, and Leia, and Lando. They wanted the old gang back.
Though. It definitely aged well.
But I think after time, everybody, like I said, episode 1 for me, when it comes to the Phantom Menace, was too long. Episode 2, I didn't like Titanic in space. Pretty much that's what it was. And he even wanted Leonardo DiCaprio to play Anakin Skywalker. That's how hooked George Lucas was on Titanic. So, I understand people will say, well, the Clone Wars a TV show brought people in. It did. But, you look at Disney today. They don't even follow what they created. Obi-Wan, when he fights Darth Maul, that's 5 years before that we got with this TV show now. He doesn't look depressed. He doesn't look like he needs to relearn how to use the Force. He looks more than capable. And here we are 5 later in the show. He looks like he just, some bum off the street.
Well, he has been on a desert planet for a while, so just saying.
5 years is not going to change you. 5 years is not going to change you.
I don't know. I think it's been 5 to 10 years, but
no, because Rebels is 5 years, if I remember correctly. Is 10 years before or 5 years before A New Hope?
About more like 2-ish.
So yeah,
4, 2, something like that.
So it's really darn close. So where does it fit in this depression? And I grant you, in war, a lot of people suffer from depression. Not everybody.
Right.
There's many people that went to war, fought on the front lines, and perfectly fine when they came back. Everybody's different. Obi-Wan, from what I see in Rebels, doesn't look like he's suffering from no PSD.
Well, what they're trying to do is seek validation for the sequel trilogy. And honestly, this is what it is. Everything that they're doing now for Disney is going to try to funnel in to validate that horrible movie trilogy. And to make Obi-Wan basically a sad sack Jake Skywalker like Luke was in The Last Jedi. And that's, they're trying to seek validation in that sense of the word. They don't understand anything to do with these characters at all.
They're trying to set up the Jedi as like they don't have it all figured out like we always thought they did. They come to a slump like the Jake Skywalker did. Luke, old Luke, and how depressed and how out of his place they wrote him because they wanted to make him feel defeated. When really a Jedi shouldn't really feel that way. I mean, unless you have certain cases like with obviously Obi-Wan slicing his own Padawan's legs off, and then you'll have depression maybe from that.
Yeah.
But the thing with that too is, and I think this was from a bigger channel. It's called So Uncivilized. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. They made a whole thing about the sequel trilogy and how basically it was terrible, as like the anti-trilogy is what they called it, and it was a really good video. And they were saying the whole thing. So many of these things that they think are saying are big and unique. Like, oh, look, we're really being bold. There's stories for Star Wars that have already been told. Like you're saying, oh, they're trying to make it see like the Jedi don't have it all figured out. That's kind of what they did with like the prequels. They had an aspect of that. We're like, oh, look, here's the Jedi. Jedi are really cool and really smart, but look, they have their blind spots. They already had that. So they're like, oh, look at this, and it's just a worse story of something.
But they're taking it to the extent, like, they might not know how to operate a Jedi Order, but they're taking it to the extent that their entire spirit is being defeated. That's the problem.
It's just
yeah.
Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi in this, I don't think is the main problem. Ewan McGregor is still bringing 110% to the role, but you got the Reva stuff. You have they're recycling the. I know me and Spock have talked about this already before. You had Leia captured twice. This didn't need to happen. You have we still don't know much at all about Reva. Like there's things you can like about this show. I will say that, but it's not even, and there's not enough flashbacks. This show is lacking flashbacks. That's why I feel with episode 4, it's a lot of missed opportunities.
I like this show, but given all the hype everyone was giving it and how much I was giving it before it was released, I am seriously underwhelmed from it. I mean, that could be because everybody has their own headcanon, but to be honest, mine doesn't really go into, especially for Star Wars, I don't tend to think of so many creative things. I just go from what I know from previous canon and then see how that's going to work out in the future and if they're going to respect it. But obviously, in this case, it's not as epic as the prequel movies. It's obviously because it's a different team, but that also goes into my argument, then why didn't they just stick with the same creative team? I don't know.
Real quick before we continue any further, I do want to say hello to Anonymous. How you doing, brother?
Hey guys, how's it
Hail
going?
Anonymous.
Hey man, Anonymous.
There's 5 producers, executive producers on this show. 5. There's 2 producers. There's okay, just in the producer role, you throw them in there. That's 7. That's the same issue you had with the book of Boba Fett. 7 people. 7. Now, producers, directors, I know they're similar and there is a little difference, but when you have 7 people, I can't even imagine what they're sitting down at the table. I'm not if they're even sitting down talking about it. It's too many people, too many chiefs, not enough Indians. That's what I think is one of the problems. Second of all, they don't have a person that says, like George Lucas did, yes, you can do this. No, you can't do that. He was very strict in his EU books. Everything had to go through George. And yes, you could do this. No, you can't do that. We don't have that. And I know a lot of people were hyped on Filoni and Favreau. I think that myth after these 2 shows proves they're just as much in the mess as the people we thought were creating the mess.
I don't think Filoni's working on this show. Actually, he's working on other shows.
Filoni's supposed to be quote unquote overseeing all the projects to make sure they stay within canon. I'm not cutting him any slack. If he's doing the George Lucas role of the keeper of the canon, yes, you can do this. No, you can't do that. Then he's failing utterly, and not just with the shows, with the books. You have a series of the High Republic, and you created a character, Geo the Rock.
I know, but it's a navigator.
Legs,
it's a navigator.
Hear me out on this, though. I think
if I'm going to blame Kathleen Kennedy, I'm blaming him and Favreau.
But that's the whole thing. Like, there's a number of channels that always go to the whole Kathleen Kennedy thing. There's other people to blame.
Here's the thing, though. I'm not trying to sound like George Lucas is the only person who can make Star Wars better again. He might have more knowledge about it than most people, but he can always pass down that knowledge, which we've seen with Filoni. My only problem is the creative team. Like you said, 7 producers is a bit unnecessary. This is going to be a weird comparison, but just hear me out. You have a basketball team, right? You have experienced players who've been playing for 20 years, and they know the kinks. They know how their own tricks to make something look even nicer. They're not just fresh out of school and really, on top of everything. They just graduated from, so if we're taking it back into film, people who've just graduated from film school, maybe they're great, but that doesn't mean they're experienced. People who worked on the prequel films, I think they should have stuck with the current projects we have now, simply because of their directing, their screenplay, and the way that they told the story across the screen. Even though the CGI was cheesy in Attack of the Clones, we can't deny that there is a seamless story between the 3 movies.
There is, yes.
But I challenge anybody. You can watch everything Disney created, and I want you all to go watch. There's a YouTube company that made a fan-made movie it's 30 minutes long. Back from 2015, it's called Star Wars Mission. 30 minutes, you get better Star Wars that was ever created by Disney with a fraction of the budget, and it is awesome. I guarantee you'd be like, if Disney would have gave these people $6 million, they can probably create a show 10 times better than any show they got on their network.
I believe that. A lot of fans are like that. It's like with Star Trek and Star Trek Continues. If that was to go on, you can only imagine how great that would have been.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think a lot of that stuff, who's like in charge, I mean, obviously Kathleen Kennedy just stinks. like Filoni, I've never been like a huge fan of his. I think he does a lot of good stuff when he's really reined in. It seemed like with George Lucas kind of let him do more. That's when like Clone Wars is like, what's going on here?
It's
And
become more departmentalized now.
Yeah, and so like I don't think he's great as a big like if when he has a lot of power, it feels like it's not the best. And with Favreau, like I like Favreau. I think he's done a lot of great stuff. And I think that someone said this. It's like he's not like some savior. He's still a person who's he always reports to people. He did that with Marvel too. He made a lot of good Marvel movies, but he was always kind of taking orders. He does a lot of good stuff. And someone said he knows the feel of Star Wars a lot better than anyone who's on that staff right now. But it's not like he's not the same level as Lucas who can do that. I think he can do a lot of good, but it's not like he's gonna come in and just fix everything.
Well, that's what I mean.
Look at Book of Boo Boo, man. He wrote that. Favreau wrote that. I've enjoyed a lot of things Favreau has done in the past, and I know he was very much involved in The Mandalorian, which is still like my favorite Disney Plus Star Wars show so far.
Mando was awesome. Boba Fett, I didn't even watch.
Book of Boo Boo was written by Favreau, and
that's annoying because I know, like, it sounds like what's his name, Tamara Morrison was basically saying, "Dude, I played this character.
Yes,
this is a terrible way to betray the character."
Yes.
And Favreau's like, "Nah, it's all good." Like, dude, listen to the man. He knows what he's talking about.
Yes, I know.
I feel Disney didn't even know how to run their own Disney Plus. I mean, think about this. TV shows, your TV shows without commercials is normally around 40 minutes. And that's put in there because they had to do advertising. Okay.
Right.
Disney is not held to that. If they want to make an hour episode, they can make an hour episode. There is no restraint. They could have gave us six-hour episodes of the Book of Boba Fett. They didn't. So I think even the last one, Obi-Wan, the last one was maybe 30 minutes, 40 minutes at that. It was super short. It was super, not just forget about it being bad. Well, I think it was bad, but 40 minutes, when you got only 6 episodes for a season and you're only going to give us 40 minutes on a let's be honest, a station that Disney controls. Disney can make and say, well, we can make 2-hour episodes. There's nothing stopping that.
I think they do that for a reason, though. At least cut it up, because I remember, if any of you guys watched that Sherlock show with Benedict Cumberbatch.
I did. Some of it.
That was a really good show, but I remember every episode was like an hour 15. And me and my family, because I was still a young whippersnapper living with my parents, we set aside time, like, hey, it's the weekend. Okay, we don't have to do anything. Let's watch a couple episodes, which was fine. It's still fun, but I think there's a point in time where the episodes get long enough that if you're busy, it's hard to sit down and watch them.
So they used to have back in the day, and Baron can testify to this, first episode, sometimes on TV, include the commercials, might be a 2-hour special. Or a new season, sometimes the first episode was actually longer than the rest of the episodes. And particularly with the seasons like, okay, Book of Boba Fett, I doubt they ever have a plan for a season 2. They could have gave us 1 2-hour episode, and they could have gave us 5 1-hour episodes. There was nothing holding them back. And on the other hand, I want to state, for them to sit there and brag, it's the best show on Disney Plus. There's not much on Disney Plus but Disney, Star Wars, and Marvel.
Well, the thing is,
their marketing, that's just they overplay.
What have you guys been watching the most? If you still have your Disney Plus account, or or somebody, a friend of yours is showing you something on whatever.
Tron Uprising, probably.
Right. So yeah. So what are people probably watching the most? Old shows.
I watch old movies.
Everything that I've watched, from Layla Night, as I like to call it, meets Hippo Problems, to Miss Marvel, Miss Neon or whatever. I just I haven't been that impressed. And besides the Mandalorian, I just haven't been that impressed. And I'm hoping this Kenobi show is going to make me feel better. I'm just so torn on it.
Yeah. It's
Did
honestly,
anybody-
What I wonder
it's
too
like,
is-
yeah.
Did anybody seen about 2 years ago? They had a picture of the storyboard of the story group where they had on their little chalkboard what they want for Disney, and it had something
I
like
know.
diversity twice.
Yeah,
that
that
was
was
the
just,
High
I think it
Republic.
was. Yeah, that was for the High Republic, and it was
That was
the
for the High
second.
Republic.
Yeah,
the second thing that they wanted on the wants list. It's like,
and they
really?
wanted no wars in Star Wars.
Right. And they wanted dinosaurs.
Yep.
We haven't seen the
Think
dinosaurs
of
yet.
the
I want my dinosaurs.
mentality- This is the mentality of this. I don't think they hired. If I'm going to write a fantasy, all right, let's say like Battlestar Galactica. All right, we have the original and you have the remake. I'm not a fan of the remake, but I love the original. If somebody came to me and said, I know about the original and I know about the remake, and they have knowledge, I want to hire that person because he has an idea about both. I'm not going to hire somebody that has absolutely no clue about Battlestar Galactica.
Right.
Well,
I agree with
well,
that.
I said it was before. When they had the producers, they were giving away these producer awards, and for some reason, they had to have Kennedy get the award with George Lucas. And George Lucas walks up there, and in his speech, he basically sat back and said, "I wanted to do the impossible,"
Yes.
and he did.
Yes.
Well, of course, Kathleen Kennedy gets up there and she goes, and I just wanted diversity, this and this, all the buzzwords that we've all come to vomit when we hear about.
Same with Alex
And that's the
Kurtzman about
difference.
Star Trek.
Remember,
Making
there
Star
was
Trek a
also
platform.
there
Yep,
was
you
also
said it,
with
Mike.
Rogue One, where I hear my echo is Spock. Dang it, Spock! No, I'm just kidding.
Is it me? My bad.
A little bit. It's okay. Rogue One, the guy's like, I don't really care about Star Wars, but I want to make an interesting film. I wish we had more of that kind of mindset. I don't care about Star Wars, but you gave me money. I'm going to make a film, and I will watch Star Wars or whatever, and I will see what I can do with it. Right. That's what I wish more people would have that mindset.
And they
If
got
don't
their
wanna follow
diversity
the source
too.
material. Right, right.
We
like
had
with,
we had
with Marvel.
diversity even in the 70s. You watched the original Battlestar Galactica, you went from a world being, or worlds being destroyed and people on the run. We got Viper pilots that were first, mainly, military were men. But then later in the show, they had to get the women. They put the women there because they had no choice. They had black fighter pilots. The original, the Colonel Ty in the original battle was second command only to Adama. He was black.
Yes.
We had white, we
Very
had black,
correct.
we had everything. So when they give you the line that there was never diversity and inclusiveness, we had
Right.
that back in 1970.
Or there wasn't much. It's like, there was more than you guys think.
Right. We love Boomer.
There's
Boomer
some
was great.
stories. There's some stories that it's not supposed to be diversity and inclusive. When you read Tolkien and you know Tolkien
Right.
wrote about the people of England. They don't have much lore like other places do. So he created the lore. If you're expecting to find Chinese people in Tolkien, you're never going to find it.
Right.
And that's not being mean. That's not being racist or anything like that. It's just what he wrote was for them. Just like if you were to read the Chinese have Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I'm not expecting to see a Scandinavian in first century AD China. It's not going to work. It's not supposed to be there.
Not historically accurate.
And
he
yeah,
wrote
that's my
those
whole
stories as being historically accurate to his country. There were no blacks then at that
It's
time.
not to be mean.
There were
That's
no
the way it
Asians
was.
in that area.
And it's not saying you can't enjoy it. I know people that enjoy Lord of the Rings as it stands, not what they're doing with the new one. I know people that love Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I'm not Chinese, but I enjoy it. I want them to keep it. If they ever do an American version of it, I want Asian-looking actors to play the part. It's not being mean. The one person, there are sometimes certain people can get away with it. Leonard Nimoy, when they did the Kublai Khan Marco Polo's TV series, he played an Asian. He could pass off. He had the look. The man who played in the movie Gandhi, he's an English actor, but he could
Ben Kingsley.
pass. Yes. In certain circumstances, if you can pass for that race and you can play the part, let them do it. But if you can't pass, then I'm sorry.
Today.
You know, and it's not hatred or anything. And I'm not saying somebody that's a director to direct a show like that can't be from Greenland. You know, that's today's society. You have to be diversified and inclusive in a world that, yeah, we're a little bit smaller, but what makes each of us unique is we come from different places in the world. Even in the United States, we're all from different states. We have different histories, even different beliefs and different thought. But we're all what makes Americans. But you're not going to attack somebody from another state because, okay, Baron Teague likes barbecue Kansas City style, and Mike might like it North Carolina style. Accept it, acknowledge the differences, but understand it's different.
That's the only thing is anytime I see someone with the Illinois license plate, I get mad irrationally.
Well, that's
they're always the ones. Every time someone's driving, and like in St. Louis, every time someone's driving and they do something stupid, you're like, "Who did that?" You look down, Illinois license plate. I'm telling you,
or it was a woman.
Even in sports, Mike, look what happened the other day. A Tampa Bay Lightning fan got knocked out just for being in New York Ranger Stadium for a game. He didn't say anything. He didn't do anything. The guy just knocked him out. I mean, in today's world, you know, you cheer for your fans, but it's crazy. It's crazy in today's world. Even our sports is messed up.
To an extent, yes.
It shouldn't matter what jersey you're wearing, what hat you're wearing, what team you're supporting, what franchise you're supporting. You should be able to go to a baseball game, football game, hockey game. You should be able to go to a convention and feel safe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look what happened to the players, and I support them down. I think it was a Devil Rays with the patch.
Yeah, I know.
And they said, "I'm not wearing that patch."
Right.
I respect it. I respect it. The team, I blame. They should have thought. You know, if they want to do something before the game, and they want to show their pride for the Pride Month, that's what they want. Fine. Making players, no. I'm totally behind them, and I wouldn't wear the patch. And if they told me, well, if you're not wearing a patch, you're not playing today's game, you forfeit your paycheck. I said, oh, well.
I agree. That's how I feel, too.
You shouldn't force people to accept. Look, everybody has a right to live the way they want. But to make people accept it, that's a totally different story.
Agreed.
First of all, it shouldn't look for Charles Barkley said it the best. I'm not a role model. I'm a basketball player. These people are trying to make statements before the games, before your sporting events.
Yes.
That doesn't belong there. It never was supposed to be there. When you went to a sporting event, believe it or not, even 1900s, there was Democrats and Republicans. They didn't get along. Look at Chicago. They will tell you that. Go to a sporting event. Yes, I'm cheering for the Cubs. A Democrat, a Republican, an independent, someone that's been in the country for all their life, and someone that just came across, immigrated 10 years ago, watching a baseball game. Not asking what you believe in, not asking what your party that you're voting for, watching the game.
That's I mean, let me bring up this example. Whoop is a Cardinal fan. I'm a Cub fan, but I can guarantee you that the two of us can go to a baseball game, even if it was Cubs and Cardinals, sit next to each other and be civil.
Yes.
Yeah, look, I'm a Cardinals fan and Mike is wrong, but it's okay. It doesn't matter.
Well, you guys both hate me because I'm an athletics fan and I believe in the designated hitter.
If you want to get Whoop upset, just tell him that you hate Whoopas. You tell him you hate Whoopas, Mike, and that's it.
That's too far. Okay, let's calm down now.
That's just the one thing about all this stuff. Sports is something that brought people together, even when they had strong disagreements. Fandom is also another thing too. You had people of all spectrums within this fandom, whether they like Star Trek, Star Wars, Doctor Who, Buck Rogers, whatever. But they enjoy the thing, and that was a unifying thing where you could be civil with each other, and you're human beings with each other. Sports, science fiction did that. Now you don't have it because they want to creep in these messages. They want to creep in the woke. They want to be the one sided. They want to beat down the other side.
Right.
And it's like, no, this was a unifying thing, and now you're making it a dividing thing.
You got to be enemies. It used to be not enemies. We used to be rivals, but we weren't enemies. We could root for our team. You could root for your team. We can have arguments about what happened in this movie or that TV show, and come out shaking hands and be friends.
Right.
Today you can't. You have to be on one side or the other. And if you're on my side, then you're great. And if you're on the other side, you're not even a human anymore.
Oh, you don't like Kenobi? That's because you hate black people because of Riva. That's where it's the reason why you don't like it. Because
never mind that she's a completely crappy character that isn't written very well. And sorry, she doesn't act very well in this movie or this show either.
I will say, when it comes to fandom, I'm in the I-95 corridor. And I've spoken many times with Mike, and he knows this too. There are some places you do not go if you're a fan. And if you do, you go incognito. Going to the old Eagles Veterans Stadium and wearing an opposing jersey or even cheering for the opposing team, you're going to get trouble. Even not verbal, physical. The 700 level was known for that. Not just in football, that was in baseball, hockey, basketball wasn't so much. But you could go to New York Giants football game and you were opposing, you would get the same harassment. You were a Redskin fan and you went to Washington and you were an Eagle fan, you're going to get the same harassment. The violence was there. Santa Claus got thrown batteries at. Same thing for the coach of the.
I mean, that's just Philadelphia. I can't.
Don't just exclude them. The New York fans are just as bad as the Philly fans.
Yeah, look what happened earlier this season when the Yankees were playing the Indians, and the Yankees get a walk-off hit, and the fans start going ape shit.
Guardians, say it right. Guardians. They're no longer the Indians. Guardians.
2016.
No,
Cubs beat the Indians in 7 games.
I'm not using those names, Commanders, Guardians. Those names can go in the trash, and people can clip that too.
Because you look in the history books, November 3rd. 2016, yes, it's November 3rd because it's East Coast time. Chicago Cubs versus Cleveland Indians, Progressive Field, Game 7, Cubs win in 10, 8-7. There.
I'm with you. Look,
said my piece.
I live locally. I know the Reds. I was a Redskin for local. I wasn't an Eagle fan, Redskin, but I'm a Raider fan. But as far as the Redskins, look what happened to them. They changed the name. They didn't change the name because the owner felt a desire to change the name. He thought he was going to get a stadium deal. He didn't get no stadium deal. Still hasn't got a stadium deal. But
why would you give Daniel Snyder a deal? Look what he's done to that franchise.
It was pushed by FedEx. Now, when FedEx came to the Redskins when they first built their new stadium outside D.C., Landover, they were sponsoring it. Name the Redskins. He knew this organization, the company, knew what they stood for, knew what they represented. They wanted to be part of it because the Redskins just had won their 3rd Super Bowl. Now, all of a sudden, 2020, whatever, they decide we can't handle the name. Well, why for the last 20-some years were you sponsoring the stadium?
Mm-hmm.
If you had an issue, I have more respect. If you had an issue and you said, I'm not sponsoring it, goodbye. I'm pretty sure somebody else would have sponsored the Redskins. I don't like the name changes. If they want to get political, the Reds. People don't know this. The real name of the Reds is not the Reds. It's called the Redlegs. When you think of Civil War and you think of Contrail Raiders, you think of guerrillas and traitors. Well, the opposite of them was the Kansas City. Well, they weren't Kansas City; they're Kansas the state. They were called the Rednecks. They murdered people, shot people. They were bushwhackers. Nobody tells the Reds to change their name. No one tells the Yankees that's an offensive name. Change the name. No one tells the Canucks to change their name. That's an offensive name. Really, Cowboys? That's a derogatory term. When that started, that was referring to African Americans who worked on with cattle. That didn't get adopted by white cattlemen until the 1870s. Originally, that was a derogatory name. Change the Cowboys' name. That's an insult. I mean, if that's today's world we're living in.
Well, you just got to find the right person who's going to, learn that.
Well, the funny thing is people like Dan Schneider, he's like, I'm never going to change the name. And then he was just so much pressure on him. But it's just...
He was pressured because he wanted a stadium, and he thought if he changed the name, he was going to open the way for a stadium. And here it is, 2022, June. He still ain't got a stadium.
And that's another sad fact of sports right now. A stadium could be 20 years old. Oh, we need a new one. Wait a minute. You got this new one 20 years ago. Do some renovations.
The Coliseum has been standing for 2,000 years, and yes, it's been in a ruin because it's that old and earthquakes. But if tomorrow they wanted to repair it and model it, it can be ready to go within 2 years, and they can play whenever they want.
I mean, right here in the Twin Cities, we had of course Met Stadium that was in Bloomington. Oh no, we can't have that. We need to have this. We have to move everything downtown, and they made the Metrodome. And we had to have this Metrodome. Oh, my word, we have to have this. So the Metro Dump starts up, 81, 82. Oh, no, that's not good enough anymore. We can't play baseball, so we got to build a baseball field. Now we got to tear down the Metro Dump and make this other new stadium. It's like we're still paying it off. Enough with this garbage.
These owners have enough money, too. They have enough money to build it out of their own pocket if they wanted to.
Owners should not ask the state or the city or the counties for money. If they want a new stadium, pay out of the pocket. I feel sorry for a team like the Athletics. They're still stuck in that old Coliseum, whatever they call it there, ACOM Stadium. I don't know what they call it today. But it's falling apart and it's decrepit because they didn't take care of it.
I don't think anyone calls it anything. No one even knows that they still play things.
You know what? I'm in favor of some of these cities like St. Louis. When the Rams said they wanted to move, said, the St. Louis people said, go ahead.
Honestly, that's the thing.
Yeah, we don't need you now.
Look, the Rams.
The thing about that too is that actually, which is kind of sad. That motion to build the new stadium actually barely passed. But the whole thing, it was a bluff because as the what was it, $980 million settlement that we got proves is that they all the official language that Stan Kroenke had, that bastard, he was just trying to find ways that he can move. He didn't care about NFL protocols. He didn't care about the contract that he had with the city. He just wanted to get out. So even though we passed his stadium thing, which was stupid, we shouldn't have. The dome is fine, but we passed, and he found another way to leave. Now, San Diego, I believe, is the opposite way, where they barely.
Spanos. I used to be a Charger fan, but there's one thing I always said: I would never root for a team that goes to LA or is from LA. And when Spanos took the Chargers from San Diego to LA, I said, I'm done. And then I find out how much money he spent to relocate. I'm thinking you could have put that money into the existing stadium to upgrade it. But no, you decide to relocate to LA, who didn't even want you there. They didn't want you when you were first there, and they don't want you there now.
They didn't want no one there. They were gone for so long, they didn't care. But people thought because Los Angeles is the second biggest market after New York. But the truth of the matter is the people of Los Angeles didn't want a NFL team. I don't want to say sports team, NFL team. They didn't want one. They didn't care.
They did want one. They wanted the Raiders. They don't even want the Rams.
I don't know who wanted. I did not want any of them. I'm tired of these hand-me-down teams. You guys left. Go away. Just go away. Raiders,
I know.
Rams, Chargers, go away. I will say this though: the living here for a long time. This stadium they built, SOCOM, right? SOCOM, yeah. It is privately funded. There was no taxpayer money used at all. So, and it costs even more than I know. It's amazing, but it was all privately funded. I just didn't want these hand-me-down teams. I agree with what my brother has said in the past. I want an expansion team. That's if I was going to watch any team in LA, I want to watch an expansion team. I don't care about the Rams. Oh, they won the Super Bowl. I don't care.
Dude, no one in LA cares. They had the home game in the NFC Championship, and more 49ers fans drove down to attend that game than LA Rams fans, quote unquote, in the stadium. Their Super Bowl parade was nothing. No one cares about the Rams in LA.
Well, I could say the same thing growing up in San Diego. Nobody gave a crap about the Chargers when they were losing, only when they were winning. Same with the Padres.
There were some owners that paid the money for their stadiums to be built. Jack Kent Cooke, when the Redskins were looking for a new stadium to leave RFK, the one in Landover, the one they're at now, he paid in full. He paid in full. Not the city, not the county, not the there's no state, District Columbia, but it was done out of pocket. That's how they could. That's how all the sports teams should do it. And if a sports owner could not and cannot afford to do it, then you do what other organizations do. You sell 40% off to whoever. You keep the 60% and remain in control, and you sell the 40%. And I guarantee you, in any football team, even baseball team, 40%, you're going to get a lot of money, and you still retain control of the team.
Well, not only that, Tom Ricketts, he does all the renovations to Wrigley Field to give it the video board and make it structurally sound again. And then he decides, you know what? I'm going to buy this property and that property in Wrigleyville. And then he complains about not having money for the team. The team should be your primary focus, damn it.
I think baseball is like football. They have the salary where every year, whatever the money they got profit from the previous year is divided up, and that money goes to the player's salary. So, like, for example, like if the salary cap for like football is $400 million, that's been divided up by all the owners across the league. They get $400 million. So even when he puts his money out to pay for the players, it's not coming out of his own pocket. It's coming out of the profits of the league. And remember, even in baseball, football is the same way. If the Cubs are playing at the White Sox that day, the revenue split, even though it's a home game. If it's baseball, you normally have a 3-game series. So if they're at Wrigley Field with the Cubs, the White Sox is getting the money just the same as the Cubs. They get half. So if it's like 30,000, both of them get 15. And if you do that and look in baseball with how many games, 162? Look how much
162 games.
Even if the owners are not getting the money from baseball to split it up like the NFL for the salary, that's more than enough money there to pay for the salary and upkeep of the stadium. More than enough.
Well, I mean, another sore point, and this goes into a different branch of sports, hockey, and that's the Minnesota North Stars, and how we were dealt a sour, bitter pill with that one. Norm Greed, he goes out there, he starts insisting that we pay, I can't remember, how many millions of dollars to renovate Met Center so they can play, or he'll move the team. He'll move the team if they don't. They dump all that money into the state, into the arena, so he wouldn't move the North Stars. So what happens? He ups and moves after everything's all done. Of course, the reason why we find out is because he was facing sexual harassment suits here. But he had to run, so he turned tail and moved the team down to Dallas after we dumped all that money into an arena. I mean, honestly,
I remember that. I even remember the late night move of the Baltimore Colts No one knew anything. You just had one local sports announcer that just happened to get wind of it, and you see the moving trucks. They didn't even tell anybody they were moving. They just up and left in the middle of the night. They even left the Baltimore Colts, not the Ravens, Baltimore Colts marching band. They had a band like the Redskins used to have. They left the band behind. They didn't even notify the people, hey, you want to come up in Indianapolis and come still play as the band? Nope. They left them behind.
Yeah.
Well, that's why when the original Cleveland Browns left Cleveland and went to Baltimore, they put safeties in check saying, okay, well, you leave Cleveland, you can't call yourselves the Browns.
They had to
you
leave
have to come up
all
with a
the
new name.
memorabilia, all the trophies, everything had to be left behind. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing he was able to take was the team to Baltimore. And then whoever was the new owner of the Browns, when they gave him an expansion team, they got the rights to all the memorabilia, Jim Brown stuff and everything, the trophies that they earned and everything as a team. The Brown stuff stayed in Cleveland. I give them people kudos for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't
Speaking of the Browns,
Sorry,
anyone hear about the Deshaun Watson?
Of course, he's been talked about a lot lately.
Well, apparently new evidence came out. Like someone made some sort of testimony and they figured something out. And they're saying it's actually probably pretty likely that he won't play this year and he could potentially just not play again. I don't believe he won't play again, but it seems pretty likely that he's going to get some sort of year-long suspension.
This is
I don't like how sports, especially, all right, 30 years ago, you had some good people running all these organizations, NFL, baseball, hockey. Today's ones, their presidents, whoever, the chairmen, whatever you want to call them, I don't like any of them.
Yeah, I mean, is there one commission? Yeah, go ahead.
They don't run it. I mean, think about this. We had in baseball, when the Black Sox, you had every single one of them people, when they tried to take them to court and they said, okay, they walked away scot-free, innocent.
Mm-hmm.
When baseball had to get a new person to run baseball, the guy was a Superior Court judge. He told him straight up, you're giving me power and you're not going to question the power. And he said, if you want me to save baseball, I'll save it. And one of the first things he did with them people from the Black Sox, even though some of them were kind of iffy, some of them probably knew but didn't say anything, he said, regardless, you're done. You're not playing no baseball. Shoeless Joe Jackson was up there with Babe Ruth. He was up there with Babe Ruth. Popularity, ability, everything. But because he happened to be in that mess, and he didn't do anything, but he knew.
By association.
But he knew.
There you go. Sports has to be held to a different accounting than what you would say legal law on the street or state law and stuff. They have to be held to a different thing. And today's world and with the sport, it's like if they're a superstar, they can get away with it. If they're not a superstar, we're going to hammer them. And that's been seen. I mean, I don't want to say anybody's name, but you look at the Baltimore Ravens, their little linebacker, the famous one, I can't figure his name right now.
Ray Lewis.
Look at the trouble he got in as a rookie. If that was done then under that guy that was running baseball when the Black Sox, he would never be playing football ever again.
And for anyone that's not familiar with the Black Sox, throwing the 1919 World Series against the Reds.
Mm-hmm. They were promised money bonuses by the owner of the White Sox, and he never gave it to them and told them straight up, I'm not giving it to you. So these guys said, okay, we'll go to these gamblers. We're going to let them know we're throwing the games. And that's how they felt they get their bonus. They were getting it another way. It was wrong on both parts for doing that. You can understand these people because baseball back then, yeah, you were getting paid good, but it was not enough where you didn't have to get a job when it was the winter time. Same with football. It was not unheard of in the 60s, 70s. They had to have a regular job after football season.
Oh yeah,
Well, they had
a lot of
free
football
agent.
players. Oh, sorry. Well, a lot of football players went over to Europe to play. Either they went over and played football for over there, or there were many that went to play rugby.
Yep.
Overseas.
Yep. So they had
free agency wasn't
because
really
it was not
thing.
enough income. I mean, in today's world, I mean, look at the money. I mean, we're talking professional sports, but the real people making money, well, it isn't really the players. Look at all the money college football makes. And I don't care if it's Division 1, Division 2, 3, whatever.
Yeah.
Billions of dollars.
Yes.
Just in football alone.
Mhm.
Billions of dollars. They don't give any of that to the players.
Oh, they give a lot of that to the players.
No, they don't. Them college kids don't get nothing.
Oh,
well, now they're changing that, but
they're trying to.
No, I've been on campus. I've been on Baylor's campus. It's no coincidence that all the players are dripped out in the newest Nike swag. They've all suddenly had hoverboards when it was the new thing. Those guys are getting a paycheck.
They're getting
They just
money
aren't
in
obvious
advance
about it.
because the agent that they are going to sign to is giving them the money to go do that. But as soon as they hit in to get their NFL contract, trust me, that agent's getting money.
I know the agent's getting money. I'm just saying those sports, those athletic programs are paying those players. There's been how many busts this whole time? They just had to not be obvious about it.
Well, now that players are probably going to get, they can get money for autographs and this and that and other players. Now what's going to happen is when you open up this money tree to these teams, then the women's team and all these other teams are going to say, when do we get a piece of that pie? Oh, they get more than we do. That's not fair. And so then it's just going to open up this whole chain reaction.
In the 90s, when it comes to the colleges, they
colleges.
stopped the football money only going towards football. Football money gets split up to not just to the football programs by law. They got to go to like women's field hockey, women's soccer. That's where they're getting that money from because they made that law in the 90s with the colleges. Do you have to support and on equal basis with the women's sports?
Right. And I'm sure everybody on this panel agrees that men and women should all have good enough equipment for their sport.
I'm for all that.
They should have the proper equipment for whatever sport they're playing. They should have the proper training for whatever sport they're participating in.
Women should be playing badminton and men should be playing real sports.
But the one thing that they're not guaranteed to is the viewership. If people are not interested in it, that's the one thing we can't guarantee.
Yep.
We can't guarantee that someone's going to want to have your autograph for $45, $100.
Right.
We can't guarantee that because if you're not popular enough, you might be lucky if you can get $1 or $2 for your autograph. Maybe.
WNBA wouldn't be making money if the regular NBA ain't kicking money to support it because let's be honest, you cannot lie when you look at the game and you're looking into the stadium and you see hundreds of empty seats. They can't give away the tickets.
Nope.
Yeah, the NBA said that they lose money on the WNBA every year. It's just that they have the NBA to hold it up. And they said, for all the talk that they say, oh, you're sexist if you don't watch them or whatever. You want to know what the vast majority of people, the gender of people who show up at WNBA games? It's men. More men show up than women by a large margin.
I'm sure.
Yeah. And that's just it. And another thing that they don't realize is you got to go out there and bust your bum. You're getting yourself out there promoted. It's like, okay, I'm a player. You got to accept. No, it's like a lot of these other players, when they're building themselves up, they had to go out there. They had to make appearances. They had to. They had to. They had to be with the masses, and they don't want to. They think that they can walk in and get the same stellar treatment as the top stars. I mean, excuse me, the people who are the Beast team on there, they're not getting the same treatment either. So I'm a bench warmer. I'm a bench warmer. I'm not getting it.
Think about the All-American Baseball League. During World War II, women playing baseball. A lot of people were skeptical about it. A lot of people were saying, no, they can't do this. There's no way they can play as good as the men. There's no way they're going to put as much heart into it as the men. And they had to prove themselves. Saying, yes, we can do it as good as the men.
Mm-hmm. I think where it came there was when the men came back from the war, they just, the popularity just fell out because now the men are back. And it's logical. I mean, things change, and there's circumstances. That's the circumstance. Look in the 80s. I liked NASCAR. I used to like automotive racing. You had IndyCar, you had NASCAR. IndyCar, Northern Auto Racing. NASCAR, Southern Auto Racing. Now today you look at NASCAR and they don't have the popularity that they used to have, and it has nothing to do with there's no Earnhardts or no Pettys. It has everything to do that your number one fandom from the South, and you practically kick them in the teeth saying, okay, whatever you're thinking about it or whatever our thoughts are on it, you see a Confederate flag flying, oh, we don't want that there now. That's been the prime example of their sport from day one.
Right.
And I mean, they can do it in a tasteful way. Okay, that's fine. But, look at IndyCar. IndyCar was a more northern sport. They called it Cardin one time. I don't know what they're calling it. I guess the IndyCar now. But look at what happened to that. They had a divide because the owner of Indianapolis Motor Speedway didn't like how CART was running things. So what did he do? He created his own automotive league. And they eventually absorbed the original automotive league, CART, into IndyCar. But that divided that sport and practically destroyed it. Yes, the Indianapolis race is still popular, but that organization, that automotive league, doesn't have the popularity it had in the 70s and the 80s when you had Al Unser Jr., you had Mario Andretti, his son. Right. It don't have it. You look at NASCAR, you pretty much threw your thumb's nose at your base, and you got new places to race like California, I think Canada, and there's a lot of places up north. But these people aren't diehards. These aren't the people that are going to stick with you 10, 20 years.
Right.
They're there for the temporarily, it's popular now. I'm going to watch it. When it crashes, I'm not around. It's typical in anything, like your favorite sports team. Cubs are great. They won the World Series. I guarantee their fandom's on high. Yet if they were only winning 30 games in the next season or the next 4 seasons, you hear people breaking their ankles, jumping off the bandwagon.
Well, we haven't quite hit 30 yet, but
in the 90s, you couldn't get away from a Bulls fan.
Phil, tell me this.
Michael Jordan left and everything, and that team crashed. How many Michael Jordan Chicago Bulls jackets you see? How many people you say I'm a Chicago Bulls fan?
Well, tell me this. What about NASCAR, man? What driver is interesting? People like Bubba Wallace? I could care less about Bubba Wallace, especially
That's
after
a prime example of a person. People took advantage of a situation, and it was wrong. I feel bad for the people that got killed in the church down there, but to blame everything on one little fabric or cloth, right. I mean, that'd be equivalent of blaming the American flag.
Right.
Well, they're doing that now. They're doing that.
But you know what?
People don't like Top Gun because it's patriotic in their mind.
Well, was that just only Vanity Fair though, or is that other people?
Well, it's the bubble. It's just it's the press. I mean, obviously, Top Gun's doing awfully well out there, so it's not the people. It's just the bubble people, the ones that are living in their little worlds of echo chambers. And my God, I don't want to talk to the unclean masses out there in flyover country.
And these are the same people who will say The Last Jedi was the greatest Star Wars movie ever made.
Right.
Oh my God.
I mean,
doesn't make them want to argue.
I think.
Speaking of, just when you're talking about wins and stuff with the Cubs, I was going to say just the NL Central in general. Before the Cardinals won last night, all of the NL Central teams were on a losing streak. It was combined 18 game losing streak by all the teams.
The Central sucks. Let's just face it. It's not just the Cubs. The Central sucks.
Really suck.
You guys are going to laugh at me, but you know what? Until recently, I didn't know that there are 16 teams in the National League and 14 in the American League now. And if I remember correctly, the Astros are now an American League team.
Yes.
The Milwaukee Brewers are a National League team. And how many teams now are in the Central National?
At one point, when you had the Astros in the National League, there were 6 teams in the National League Central. Thanks to Bud freaking Selig.
Yeah.
You know,
I liked it when it was
for anyone who's new here, I call Bud Selig the Kathleen Kennedy of the baseball world, and I call Rob Manfred the Alex Kurtzman of the baseball world.
Even though C-League, he would not do some of the stuff that Manfred would do. I don't think he wouldn't do this pandering as much. That's the funny thing. So what happened is we went from Bud Selig to somebody worse, and Bud Selig is one person who picked this man. And I don't think people saw some of this stuff coming, like with the movement of the All-Star game to Colorado. That's still outrageous to me. And if anybody says that was a good idea, I'm just going to look at him and say, you're an idiot.
A relief pitcher having to face 3 batters before he can be replaced and taking out the strategy from the game.
Yes.
I used to like all the All-Star games. I don't like what they're doing today, especially the NFL. They totally destroyed their Pro Bowl, whatever you want to call it. I used to like it. They used to say, oh, it's not as popular as the Super Bowl. It will never be as popular as the Super Bowl. Right. It was a chance to see a team that you never saw. If you before free agency, you wanted to see Jerry Rice and Joe Theismann on the same team. They both were the NFC. They were on the same team. Same thing with baseball. That was fantasy. Oh, I want to see the best player from the Cubs. Oh, what would it be like if he was the catcher and the pitcher was from the Cardinals? Right. You got that. That was the whole purpose of the All-Star games. It was never.
Think about
but
back
it's
in
so
'98
great
when you had Sosa and McGuire competing for Roger Maris's home run record.
Then we find out they cheat.
Yeah. But how excited we were before we even knew that they cheated. How excited we were whenever they were on an all-star team together. Because they were viewed as the 2 men who brought baseball back. Baseball was dying before that home run race in '98.
But then baseball knew way before Sosa and McGuire. Well, I challenge anybody. Look at McGuire's rookie card and look at the way he looks. He's bony, tiny as hell. And then look at the next season. He's Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know? If they didn't know something was going on, I'm sorry, you're foolish. They knew. They knew. Baseball, I'm not just talking just the athletics. Baseball knew. If they knew Canseco was doing it. They knew McGuire was doing it. And plenty of other people from other teams were doing it. So they turned a blind eye because it was making baseball popular, and that was what they needed. The NFL was crushing them. And even in the NFL, they say, oh, yeah, we have the steroid, drug tests and everything. Trust me on that. Some of them players, when you see them go in there and they come out 5 years later when they're out of sports, not all of them, some of them, they're walking around like 80-year-old men. And I'm not talking about injuries because their bodies, they're so used to being pumped up. Take that away from their body, and look what happens to them.
Right.
Same with professional wrestlers.
Here's something else that's stupid, guys. Why is the Pro Bowl before the Super Bowl? It should be after the Super Bowl so these guys can play.
It was always
so
after
stupid,
the Super Bowl.
Yes, that's how it should always be. Gosh, this stuff frustrates me. It's just,
I didn't like that.
It's not logical.
Sorry.
Think about all-star breaks or like all-star games at the time where it used to be people tried. Like nowadays, like in the NBA, when you had these NBA all-stars in the heyday of Jordan, when you had them, you watch those all-star games, they might pull out the fancy moves, right? They'll do things that maybe they wouldn't do as much in games because they're trying to put on the show, but those guys are trying to win that game still. Now in the NBA, it's just like it's a scrimmage. It's a warm-up. They don't take that seriously. And that's how it is in a lot of these now.
Same with baseball. How many times have you watched the Cardinals, Rupa, and you've seen the guys swing and miss at a pitch that's outside the zone? You're saying, could you guys please have one thing in mind? Pitch recognition. Recognize when that pitch is going off the plate, going down in the dirt, out of the pitcher's fucking hands.
That's sports we used to have people that would play hurt. Jack Youngblood for the Rams, defensive end, broke his leg. The next week is the Super Bowl. He's playing the Super Bowl with a broken leg. Think about that. We had Dale Green break a punt return that ended the Chicago Bears. What's his name? Sweetness, Water Paint's crying. He hurt his ribs. The very next game, the NFC Championship game against the Vikings, his hand stops the wide receiver from catching the ball to putting the Vikings into the Super Bowl. And because of his hand and him deflecting it, the Vikings thought that if they had a powerful running back, they could beat the Redskins. So they did the most stupidest trade in NFL history by trading for Herschel Walker, the Redskin killer, and all the dynasty for the Dallas Cowboys started because they gave up like 30 draft picks. That's what brought Dallas back. But people back then, my point is, played hurt. Baseball, they played hurt because if it was close to either the championship game or World Series, do or die, you see people rise up. They rose up.
Kirk Gibson, the 88 World Series against the A's.
That still brings
game one.
Years.
Yeah. Well, and they didn't want to be out of the game. They wanted to be part of that. We're going to be there. They wanted to be. It's like, I don't want to be sitting on the sideline. I don't want to be thought of as a guy that's sitting out there. I want to be thought of as a person that was out there, winning this game and getting us this trophy and getting us the champion.
That's one thing that's still really nice about hockey, at least, is that
it's still
with
there.
A lot of other sports where they sit out in hockey, it's still definitely. I mean, there was what's his name, Joe Thornton in that one of the Sharks seasons where they lost in the playoffs. I know that doesn't narrow it down, but he was playing with like a broken leg. Tyler Seguin in that run where the Dallas Stars almost won the cup. And he messed himself up so bad playing hurt that he had to sit out the entire next season. But
I remember when hockey players used to smile for their photograph for their hockey card. They had no teeth. They had no teeth. Yeah. And they never worried about replacing their teeth until they got out of hockey. Yep. So, they would smile and there was like no upper teeth. There was like 7 missing teeth. People didn't care. They actually loved that. Hey, my man,
Hey, did you see that fight at the hockey game last night? People loved it.
Well, you said it wrong. You said it wrong, Pacific. Hey, do you see that hockey game at the fight last night? That's how it goes.
But look how in hockey, the fandom over there. I remember a couple seasons ago, the ladies they always sing both national anthems. when one of the teams are from Canada, and the lady was singing the American national anthem, and it was up in I forget which Canadian stadium they were playing at which team, but the mic goes out. Then Canadians start singing our national anthem. I guarantee you, if the situation was reversed, besides saying "Oh Canada," we don't know their national anthem. But I'm just pointing
we're
out
the best.
Fandom. Sometimes when you look at some of these sports, or even in all genres, music, movies, everything, sometimes your core fandom, are great, magnificent. If you give them what they want, we say our sports teams can win the championship every year. But if they put up a fight, even if they go like in football, 7-9, baseball, they only win 30 games. But if most of their games were close and they were fighting, we loved them. They didn't have to win a championship to win our love. If they were fighting hard, there were many times sports teams like in baseball that never could go more than to maybe the first round of the playoffs.
Right.
But we loved that team. We died. Think of the Cleveland fans when they had the 2 seasons of football against the Denver Broncos, both times getting beat. But you know what? To this day, they still love them 2 Marty Schottenheimer teams.
Right.
They still talk about it. If you go to a bar, if you go into the stadium, they still talk about it to this day.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about the Braves in the 90s and how they would win the division year after year after year. And they only won 1 World Series, and that was in 95 against the Indians.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, like I said, even like I said, movies. They don't have to give us an A+ movie all the time. But if you give us even a B+ movie, if it's in a like Star Trek, Star Wars, Battlestar Galactica, if it's even a B+, good effort, good trying, maybe you're giving it a B+ because the cinematography is off. But if it's still good, you're gonna love it, and that's today's world. I'm sorry.
That's the thing that we had with like the 80s and all that stuff. Not all the films were A+. On the contrary, some of the films are bad. But the thing is you went to see a bad film, you didn't feel cheated. It's like you could laugh about it and talk about it, but you didn't feel like, I'm going to go and get my money back. Not like nowadays where you see a bad film, it's like it was like a personal insult to you as a viewer. Unlike the fact that you went to see a film and they just didn't hit it right. It was, but you still found amusement. You still found some entertainment. You didn't feel like that 2 hours or hour and a half was stolen from your life. And that's kind of the big difference. And even with a bad film back then, people were trying.
Yeah.
You could
look
tell
at most of our movies that we like today. And Baron, you probably remember more than me and you than probably some here. Most of the movies that we love were not hits in the movie theater. They got second life when it went to pay TV, the HBO, the Maxes. Willow was not successful in the movie theater, but it got excellent because people started loving it when it went to HBO, when it went to Cinemax, when it went to Showtime. That's where Tron was not a great movie, but it developed a fandom the same way because it was good on the pay channels. And certain times, like certain stations like TBS, like with Star Wars, would have a day, they would do Star Wars Day. They would play them 3 movies, the original trilogy, all day long. But most of what I'm saying is most of our movies that we love, you might hold dear. Yes, some of them were blockbusters, but a lot of them were not. It became afterwards popular with the people.
Highlander, there's one.
Yeah.
Beastmaster, there's another one. If it wasn't for... boom. But the thing is that became such a big hit that TBS was dedicating a night to the Beastmaster film.
I missed the Beastmaster. I love that. I love that movie. I miss that to this day. I wish I had a copy of it. But that was an excellent movie. Which one? Princess Bride was not so successful in the movie theater. Again, got successful when it hit TV.
Christmas Story.
Yep.
Interesting.
With Ralphie.
Yep.
That
The
was
original Austin Powers wasn't successful.
Is that
wasn't
right?
until it was released on home video that people started renting it that it actually found its success.
The rentals is what really hit home because not a lot of people can, not everybody can afford HBO and
Right.
you know Showtime and stuff. I never could. If we ever had it, it was because we had our cable turned off and then 4 months later had it turned back on and we got a free month trial of HBO or whatever.
Yeah,
but most of our time was renting VHS tapes and on the weekends and stuff and just having a gigantic weekend full of crappy movies, B movies, or cult class. Some of these movies were destined out of the box to be cult classics, and and they earned it.
Well,
I think it's always funny. My younger siblings, they don't know that Netflix used to be like physical rentals. They're like, oh yeah, when
in the mail.
I know I'm a whippersnapper compared to all you old folks over here.
I was from a generation, and Baron Tag could probably acknowledge this.
Excuse me, Whoopa.
I was the one where the rabbit ears, and we were the remote control. We had the honor of if you were selected to turn the channels, you were special. Look,
and you literally
had
turned
before
the channel.
cable. We had ABC, NBC, CBS, PBS, and maybe if you're lucky, 2 UHF stations. You had 7 stations if you were lucky. The big thing was Sunday night, they would have a movie. Well, excuse me, Disney movie. Then it was a late night movie. And then you used to get the nuclear symbol and there was no TV. Yes, people, no TV.
We got the Star Spangled Banner.
I was just going to mention that starting in the morning.
What are we going to start talking about rotary phones soon?
Oh yeah, buddy.
Why not?
Hey, well, when you're trying to get those contests won, it's amazing how fast you can.
Yes, you can do it. Oh yes, I used to do it coming from.
had a phone number that had a bunch of zeros in it.
Dial on TV. You used to dial up for your favorite band and put them in the top 20, and I would be on a dial up on the rotary phone. I'm getting this.
Was this before or after dirt was invented?
This was BC, before Cash Money.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Before Cash Money, dude.
But
Dang, Whoopa got smoked.
Poor Whoopa.
Dang. Whoopa, you're just jealous because some of us grew up in the 80s and the 90s, and entertainment back then, I don't care what anybody says, and early 2000s was pretty freaking amazing.
Well, I mean, you had with the video stores. That's where you got introduced to stuff like Full Moon Entertainment, and you had Transers and Zone Troopers. Yep. Tim Thomerson, became kind of that B. He was before
Dr.
Bruce
Mordred.
Campbell. He was the proto Bruce Campbell. Was Tim Thomerson with those films.
We used to go there all the time.
You have to remember, you have to give some sympathy because some people didn't have VHS. They had the Betamax. They were full. They bought the Betamax.
I had VHS.
Well, people don't understand it. When they're back with technology, you always had 2. For modern people, Blu-ray and HD disc. Blu-ray won, and now they're the king. For us, it was VHS versus Betamax.
Yep.
And same scenario. 1-1.
And remember when Laserdisc came out? Very few people had Laserdisc.
I have a cousin that still has his Laserdisc, and he has all the original Star Trek movies on his laser. A Laserdisc is big as a record.
Yep.
Good quality, even compared to today's technology. The one negative, if it gets a single scratch, you got to throw it away. It's a Frisbee. That's the only problem with the Laserdisc.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Again, even to this day, I'll go over there when I visit, and we'll watch like Star Trek: The Wrath of Khan on the Laserdisc. I'll compare that with any HD today.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and you know how we downloaded music back then? We waited for the song to come on the radio so we could record it.
Or we had somebody that had money that had the actual tape.
Right.
And we had to put the record and we copied it. You know?
That's what I did with Star Wars.
And I remember when old Art Bell was out there. He was hawking a tape recording system that would basically your cassette tape, regular one, but it'd be at a slow speed so he could record the entire Art Bell program on there. But of course, the caveat is the only way you could listen to it was by playing it back on that same player that you recorded it off of.
Yeah. Yeah, and Whoopa, just so you know, I know you're a massive Pokemon fan, but dude, Sword and Shield is like the weakest Pokemon game. I think you even would admit that.
I never even played it. I didn't
really?
get I didn't have a Switch until Arceus came out. Because I'm like, I stopped playing after Gen 5, and then I was, even though everyone seems to love Gen 5, I was like, yeah, it's okay. But then they went to the 3DS, and that was a really expensive console, and I'm like, am I really gonna pay, how much it was at the time? Was it $300 when it released?
It was
just to play
like
a couple Pokemon games?
250, something like that around there, yeah.
But now I work for myself and I can get money and throw it away on stupid
We
stuff.
had to deal with no cartoons until Saturday morning. You got maybe 3 hours, and that was it. After that, it was done. You had to wait maybe till next Saturday, or if you had the correct UHF channel, you might get a couple after you got home from school. But as far as like a 24-hour station of nonstop cartoons, we didn't get that.
No,
I remember, I'm watching ABC growing up as a kid on Saturday mornings after the cartoons were over. American Bandstand came on.
Yep, that was it. Yep.
And my sister made me watch
World of Sports.
Input latency.
And like I said, we were subject to whatever the stations, regardless if it was as big as ABC or as small as a UHF station, whatever the programming is, that's what you watched. Or if you didn't like it, you might have been lucky to have a radio, maybe AM, FM. Most of the time, starting out, you had AM. Or if you couldn't handle that, go outside and play, which has become extinct. You remember?
See, the only problem with growing up back then was you had to choose whatever cartoon was on CBS, ABC, or NBC, and there's no rewatching or I'll go back and watch it. No. You had to pick the cartoon you wanted to watch, and you had to miss out on the other.
You missed.
Just like a TV show, you had to be there at the time it was aired.
Yes,
and then if you missed it,
unless you recorded it. If you have VHS, you could record it.
So. We didn't.
You had to wait till summertime for the reruns.
Yeah, that's what you had to
wait
do.
till summer, yeah.
And the thing is we actually had one little benefit here in the Twin Cities market. We actually had, of course, the big three, and of course PBS. We had an independent as well, which made things more interesting because as an independent, we did have like cartoons during the weekdays. When the things were going there, that's how we found the He-Man and G.I. Joe.
And
Star Blazer. Oh, yeah, definitely Star Blazer. Voltron.
Mighty Mouse, Freakazoid, Earthworm Jim, at least for me.
Well, that came after. That came after.
I used to watch Bozo just so I can get clips of G.I. Joe and Transformers.
The UHFs would do... They were the ones that really start bringing the animation over. Like, I know some people don't count it, but Speed Racer, Star Blazers, all that was on you. And here's the thing. Depending on where you were in the country, I got Star Blazers 1975. Some people might have got it 1977, and some areas of the country didn't get it until 1980. Because it wasn't on the main big three. If it wasn't on the main big three, your UHF, the independents, what is today now your Fox and your CW. Back then they were independent. They could run whatever programming they want. But if you were in Chicago and you're watching UHF, it's going to be totally different station if it was in Cleveland, and they never run the same programming. Never.
I mean, also Fox. Fox has only been around since what, 86, 87?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
I think
not
so.
everywhere either.
87.
Didn't Fox
and then
probably
4 years later was Warner
Yes.
Brothers came with the CW.
Wasn't it like stuff like Married with Children and
They
Simpsons,
bought
of course,
the NFL
started-
to the NFC.
and the NFC,
Originally, it was CBS had the NFL, NBC had the AFC, ABC had Monday Night Football, and one of the three in rotation was the Super Bowl. Fox came along, and it was a big surprise when they bought the NFC rights. So that left CBS without any football. That's why it was a big deal when they tried to get the Vince McMahon XFL. And reason why that failed was CBS decided we're going to outbid NBC and get the AFC. So there was competition, and like I said, when Fox came in here as the fourth network, yeah, that was big, not just for just football. You got your NASCAR. NASCAR sometimes was on TV, but their race was never a complete race. You might only got 2 or 3 hours, maybe an hour of it. And most of the time it was the start and the end of the race, or they'll cut in if there was a wreck.
Yeah.
See, when Fox first started out, it was only 2 nights a week. It was Saturday and it was Sunday. And I know in our market, it was on Channel 9. And they refused to show the Saturday night one. That was like they were serious. They had like the Dirty Dozen, The Next Batch, and some other serious, drama type shows that we didn't see because they didn't have it in the market. They didn't want it. Sunday was the comedy fair. So that's where Married with Children, the Tracy Ullman show, which gave us The Simpsons, and various others happened. Well, Channel 9 here lost their rights to it and went to the UHF channel 29, which gave them a huge influx of cash. And besides, they also at the time had Star Trek Next Generation on Channel 29. So it's like, okay, now we're really rolling in the cash. And then Fox, realizing that their Saturday Night Fair needed to be switched around a little bit, they changed it. Then they started expanding a little bit more. It was a slow progress, which was smart. It was very smart on their part not to overly rush and have demanding all this program. And then it went to 1 hour a night, 2 hour a night, and now to the network that we know of. They were able to get that clout to get the NFL. They had the clout to get NASCAR. But
you mean they didn't just pull a Disney and decide, hey, let's release 20 subpar shows of this one product?
No, not at all. But the thing is, a lot of people figured that the Saturday original fair was subpar enough that they weren't airing it, which is why Channel 9 lost it. But the thing is it was that slow progress. It was very smart, and I think that's the one thing people have forgotten to do. They want to go out there and dump it all at once and expect the follow through. And why aren't people glomming on? Well, it's because you didn't do it right. This is a experiment. This is a test, and you got to test the waters. For Fox, it was very successful. Well, the WB, not so much, and the same thing with UPN, not so much. You kind of had that pseudo network, Primetime Entertainment Network, the P10. That's the one that had Time Tracks and Kung Fu: The Legend Continues, and of course Babylon 5. Well, after the whole thing, Babylon 5 was the last one standing, and they had to find TNT to do the last season because P10 fell apart on itself because of that.
Yeah, and what some people might not realize is that for Fox, there were 3 shows that carried them to prominence. Right. First being Married with Children, second being The Simpsons, and then In Living Color.
Right. Yep. And actually, it was Tracy Ullman's show was the one that actually started
that too.
Then when she kind of dropped out, and The Simpsons came in, and The Simpsons, they only had 6 episodes. They only had 6 episodes, and it was so popular they kept on playing those same 6 episodes over and over and over again, and they weren't losing ratings. People were not tired of those 6 episodes, and that's all they had until they were able to get the new ones out.
I
So
think when
think
they
about
also
that.
got the NFL, especially the NFC, because at that time, when Fox started, previously all the Super Bowls from 1981 to 1995 were won by the NFC, except the 2 times the Raiders won. And that, I think, put Fox on the map, opened up doors. They spent a lot of money, but I think they got their money's worth. You know? And some networks, CBS, were like, oh, we don't care if the NFL goes away. Well, yeah, they did, because 4 years later they outbidded NBC for the AFC. NBC tried to do the same thing again, like CBS saying, "Oh, we don't care. We got the Olympics." Or they tried to do like ESPN. They tried to do the X Games. So Fox really came in there. When they came in there, they really kicked the door down. Like you said, Warner Brothers, not so much. I think the best thing they ever had going for them was Smallville, and later on when they had the 2 Ghost Brothers, they're doing the Ghost Fight thingamajiggy.
Supernatural.
15 years, Supernatural. That's what they had, you know.
Well,
But
and also
other
their
than that-
animated shows on Saturday morning.
Yes. But when you look at Fox, you know, and like I said, I hate sounding like an old fart. There was no room for a 4th network between ABC, NBC, and CBS. There was none. But Fox kicked the door down. And like I said, people want to know how they did it. You at least every region, every city had one UHF station. So Fox was smart. Even if there was just one there, hey, join us in our network and we'll bring you in. And that's how they started, and that's how they grew. Like I said, most of them stations previously were independent. And in some ways, I do miss the independent, because we got stuff like 2 hours worth of what they call Chinese theater, or some people had kung fu, or different name for the same thing. We saw some Chinese, kickboxing and stuff like that. They might do a couple reruns. It might be something like, one time might be the Monkeys for a little while. Then it might be Little House on the Prairie. They threw something in there. What's his name? Was Gilligan's Island. That was popular as reruns. Real popular as reruns.
I used to watch Gilligan's Island all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, they had to fill up. Programming. That's how our generation got hooked on the shows that were being watched by the generation before us.
Yeah,
we
Happy
had
Days,
things like
all the stuff like that.
Well,
and it was family.
I was alive during Happy Days' first run, so I can't count that one out.
Sorry, guys.
But as it goes, we had stuff like Mel's Matinees movies, where we saw our Godzilla films and other stuff like that as well. And if it wasn't for all that, let's face it, a lot of the stuff would be dead. It'd be absolutely
We
dead.
had what they call the family hour. And what the family hour was between, it might be wrong at the times, but it would be something like 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. was family friendly. Okay? Family friendly. But something can't be done today. They wouldn't do it. Family friendly was something that the whole family could watch. Now, if they had something a little bit, they did squeeze in there like All in the Family. But if they had some show that was, let's say, and I can't think any off the top of my head, a little racy, maybe. I'm not talking like nudity or anything. They weren't allowed to do that. But racy, Wonder Woman. They would put that after the family hour.
I wasn't born in that generation, but I know they canceled a bunch of rural shows like Hillbilly Bob's and the City, a bunch of those shows, and pretty much when they canceled all those shows, that's kind of where the new era of television began with like All in the Family and Sanford and Son and stuff like that.
You know,
I did support. I always believe they should have always kept the family hours. That time there just for family, regardless of what the family was or whatever you want to call it, your idea of family. But it was a time where we all sat down and watched Happy Days. I don't care who you were. You watched Happy Days.
Laverne and Shirley.
Laverne and Shirley. It was time to bring
Mork and Mindy
together. Yes, Mork and Mindy. But there were certain shows like Wonder Woman. You won't think that is racy, but that was racy at the time. So much so that she could not show her belly button. They actually had to raise Wonder Woman's to me underwear, or we would call bathing bottom, up to her belly.
I think you're thinking about Jeannie, because Jeannie was the one that had
Linda Carter also had to deal with the same thing too.
Well, she had the full outfit. She had nothing.
There was an attempt for her that they were going to do with a midriff, show her belly, and the network told them no. They were going to allow her to have it if it covered the belly button. And if you ever see it, same thing with Jeannie, more her. Today's society, you couldn't have I Dream of Jeannie. A lady going around, how may I serve you, master? How may I help you, man? Unless you're in the BDSM, I used to joke back in the 90s that if you ever thought about getting married or thinking about being involved with somebody on a long-term basis, have your significant other who happened to be a female watch every episode of I Dream of Jeannie. And if she sticks with you after that, you got to keep her.
I Dream of Jeannie would be softcore porn on HBO Max.
Pretty much.
It probably would be. But Linda Carter actually came out recently. I think Crit told me this and said something. I'm not going to repeat it, but she started pandering, and I was like, "Really, Linda?
Hold up for a while. I know what you're referring to. I'm going to try to pull it up.
I didn't want to say it on stream,
but
I had to bring it up. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Cash, it's nothing new. She's been that way for a while.
Has she?
Then again,
I just haven't looked into it, Baron. Don't make me do it.
Cash.
There's two things I look at, but
I know.
Then again, Cash, she was in Wonder Woman 1984.
But she was the only good thing probably about that, and Pedro Pascal, maybe.
There was good things in that movie.
Maybe.
None of it was good. It was all bad.
I thought it was a high budget 70s.
It was,
it was so bad.
But at least Pedro Pascal's
the good thing,
interesting.
The good thing about it was once it ended.
While you're looking that up, Mike, you have to remember when it comes to these old actors and actresses, some of these people, Linda Carter, great in the 70s, early 80s, kind of disappeared. Popularity went down.
Right.
None of these actors or actresses like their popularity going down. Okay.
Well, she was good as the president in Supergirl, though.
Yeah,
she was
every opportunity they have to get some of that celebrity status back. They'll take any opportunity, and it's not just the women actors; it's male actors. Same thing. Think about that. Think in any genre, music too, the same way. You don't hear anything much from Britney Spears.
I know
things now, but do you hear music or anything? No. Is she doing anything?
No.
If she does anything out, it's to get on. I'm getting attention, and I want to be on Entertainment Tonight or something like that. But if you think she wants to lose the popularity that she had when she was in the early '90s, no, they hate to be forgotten. They hate to.
Oh, what about Mark Hamill recently?
I
Recently.
wish I could forget him.
Yeah, can we not discuss? I know what you're referring to. Anything in the last 3 days? Who posted on Twitter?
Oh, I don't know.
They don't need to be said. They don't.
The thing is about a number of these people. Look at what's happened with Alec Baldwin. I don't really know much about this Ezra Miller, and I really don't think I ever want to.
I am not going to be talking about that. I'm just going to let you guys know that right now.
Good. We don't need to talk about it. It's just this whole thing is like these actors come and go, and people need to understand there's not many people around like Chris Pratt who's like, I know I'm a smart guy. I'm not going to go out and say these stupid things because it's just not my personality.
You don't want to be
and people hate the guy
clickbaited.
because he's Christian. But
You
whatever.
don't want to be clickbaited. Like,
No.
I don't want to defend her, but J.K. Rowlings.
I know.
We know her reviews on things and everything.
Yes.
But lately, what she was accused of, that was
it's
clickbait.
ridiculous.
That
it
was
is.
clickbait.
It's stupid.
But
I have a friend who says that she deserves what she gets and stuff. I'm like, whatever. You can believe what you want. I don't buy
And
that.
this might be unpopular and everything, but Pacific, I'm going to say this. Wonder Woman, her ideal mythology is ancient Greece. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Regardless of what people were doing back in ancient Greece, ancient Rome, ancient Egypt, or even the Middle East. Yes, they had people that were what we call today diversity. But what they call family was always a man, a woman, and their children. That is family. That's what they thought, even back then. Now, I'm not saying that some didn't go the opposite direction on other than that, but that is even back then, they had the definition of what a family is. Wonder Woman, I never took her in anything that I ever read, even as a child, watching as a movie, seeing her on TV, never took her to be anything other than Wonder Woman. The relationship you hear about Superman, I didn't hear about that as a kid. I don't even think Baron Tay can say we ever heard a relationship between Superman in the 70s with Wonder Woman.
No.
Cartoon or even in a comic book.
There is a cartoon later, though, of Back in Action or whatever it's called, Justice League Back in Action or whatever. You guys know of that one, right?
Yeah.
I've heard of it.
What I'm trying to say is they didn't back then. Even back then, okay? I'm not saying they consciously did it, but they never ventured there with some of these characters because there was no point, because Wonder Woman is for kids.
Yes.
You're not wanting, when you're making something for kids, to bring a relationship, an adult style relationship. We didn't care about that. We are kids. Think of yourself as 5-year-olds watching cartoons back in the day. Did you ever think about a relationship with the next door neighbor's girl? No. You were thinking about half the time, I want to watch this. I didn't care who Wonder Woman was, a girl. She's a good act,
And
comic book and
they're
everything.
they're forcing all this virtue signaling and all this media. Like, does there have to be? Do we have to know that there's a so and so couple in Lightyear? Is that necessary? You could just put it in the background, but it has to be. It has to be on the front page of the news. It has to be in your face. Like, yeah, we're diverse. We're diverse. Dude, no one cares. No, that's not what our a show I would highly recommend, and Cash knows it. Arcane. That show is, I will tell you, it's the wokest show ever, but it's woke in a good way where it isn't in your face, and it's I could even say Aliens is woke. Vasquez, that's the right woke term for woke, where it's diverse. Wonder Woman is woke.
What? Someone's Vasquez. What?
Well,
Wonder Woman.
I mean, I'll bring this one point up. I mean, we had it was on the I believe Showtime Network. I can't remember. Without being woke, without being woke, there was a show called Brothers about 1984. David Lloyd created the show. It had Robert Walden in it. It had Brandon Maggart in it. It had Philip Charles McKenzie in it. Robin Riker, who played Data's daughter in the Star Trek Next Generation, no, not Robin. It was Holly Todd. She was in it. She played Data's daughter. The series was revolving around an ex-football player whose brother came out of the closet as a homosexual. And, and the thing is, it never preached it. It's just like, okay, he happens to be that way. He had one guy, his friend that was a little bit more flamboyant. That was Philip Charles McKenzie character that was in there. But as it goes, it was a show that didn't go out there and ram something down your throat. It just happened to be this is what the situation is about.
Well, they're doing such a poor job with these characters. It's like, we've talked about this already before. Trans and gay characters. Where is the tragedy? Why are we supposed to like this character? what happened with them? Where is the background? Like, it's just
Wait a
a
minute.
whole list of things.
Yes, the tragedy is in their tragic backstory because that's what all these characters have. The same boring, tired backstory.
Have you ever heard the tragedy of Darth Whoopa the Wise?
You know what? A popular person in the early 70s, early 80s, you think of people, we had Elvis, you had Led Zeppelin, you had some, Mr. Rockerman, what's his name? Can't think of his name. The guy who sung Rocket Man.
Elton John.
Elton John. We
Original.
knew Elton
Original.
John the way he was when we first saw him. You didn't have to preach to us, but we still loved his music and his performance.
Liberace.
Yes, people
Liberace.
to this day they still love Liberace. Liberace had more women loving him than even Elvis Presley, and he was the one to tell Elvis, "Hey, you need to glam up." He was the one that got Elvis in the late 70s to put on the fancy suits the way he does. Before that, Elvis would wear leather or he would wear jeans or T-shirt. No, you look at him after he met Liberace and Liberace gave him the talk. You see the flamboyant Elvis. But my point
I wish my brother George was here.
But my point is, we had individuals. We knew this, It just wasn't punched in our face. It wasn't, and these people, all right, Liberace hit his. There were other people that didn't. And the thing was, they didn't come to you for acceptance. You accepted them on your own.
Well,
or you liked them as an actor or performer, but you weren't told, if you don't accept me or you don't like the way I am, you're a phobe. That never was done back then. And if somebody's telling me, well, back in the 70s, 80s, and early 90s, people were a little stereotypic and maybe had some racial ways, no, you guys didn't know. You weren't living back then. We had it. We had
for the most part, people would leave each other alone. We didn't care about anybody else's business.
We were taught, and I can't speak for Barron, but where I was from, we were taught regionally wise. This is how we were taught. If you don't like somebody that was blue race, blue religion, blue this, blue that, if you don't like them, hey, stay away from them.
Right.
All you have to do, you don't have to threaten them. You don't have to do anything violent towards them. You were just told, if you don't like that group of people, it's okay. Stay away. That's all you have to do.
I don't want anybody to be forced to like me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want anybody forced to like me
either.
I don't like that's money. That's no.
None of us want to be pandered to. That's the thing. None of us want somebody to feign interest in us. Go, oh my gosh, Baron, thank you for being on the panel. I can't stand that son of a bitch. No, we don't want that. We don't want it where somebody comes on a panel and we act all friendly, on the scenes, and then behind the scenes it's like, oh, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. I gotta hear Whoopa and Cash talk about their teams winning again.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
It's lonely up here on the top of the NL Central. I'm like,
no, my team lost today.
Go again.
They almost won, but yeah, they had some problems today.
Well, guys, I have to step out.
Hand grenades.
Mike, thanks for having me, my brother. I'm sorry to leave you alone with the hideous Cash money. Maybe Craig can keep them in line, but I try my best.
Yeah, well Phil can't even admit that Picard is a quality captain, so he can screw off.
Patrick Stewart is Snoke. That's all I have to say. Have a good night, guys.
Have a good night, Phil. Thanks
we
for
don't
coming
talk
on,
about
brother.
the Picard show. At least I don't want to, but yeah. And Phil is
Q
gone.
card.
That's right.
Bump.
So what we talk about now? We talk. What's going on?
What would you like? What would you like to talk about?
I was say Phil's gone, so we might have run out of subject.
Something Kenobi, CW, snow speeders. No,
we already talked about Kenobi. No, Chris.
Ms. Marvel.
Miss Marvel. Oh,
yeah, hear that.
By the way, me and Cash
Houston.
watched that. By the way, so
I watched it.
Another friend of mine.
Yeah, I was hearing all about the neon.
Crit. Why do you torture Cash? Huh?
Cash needs
Why do you...
I watched it because I want to see him. But it was funny when I don't care if this is a spoiler, but it's funny when her father's like, he's all decked out as the Hulk, and he's like, "Come on, let's go to AvengerCon, Kamala," and she's like, "I don't like the Hulk. You guys are horrible parents."
Yeah, it was bad. I'm like, this is not a good show for teenagers.
Her father was so into it, like he was ready to go.
She's like, "You're just gonna embarrass me," and I'm like, "Well, I guess maybe." But he
It's
dressed
not
up for her.
Mom.
No,
I can't.
It was a crappy trope, but I mean, parents are oblivious to their kids and what they want, and
I agree.
They just want to be part of their lives, or they don't trust her, so they have to chaperone, and this is my way to get in. And believe me, I would have been exactly the same way.
Right.
You're cramping my child. Get away from me.
Yep. Yeah.
We all would have at that age.
In this show,
I would
also,
never be like that.
If you decide to watch it and you stop at a certain point, it's going to say Asgard Pride, and you're just like, "Oh, it's so bad."
The
I
Queen
saw
of
that too.
Yeah, Valkyrie, I heard, is gay in the new Thor movie. So
or Pride Asgard? No, it was Asgard.
The Queen of Asgard.
Honestly,
no, that
shouldn't matter to the story. It shouldn't matter.
It didn't. It was just placement.
Character sexual.
And she's dating Captain Marvel, from what I heard.
She probably will be by the end.
That they keep trying to do with Valkyrie that I don't understand. I've seen this a few times where they refer to her as the king of Asgard. It's like, but she's not a king; she's a queen.
Right.
That's how these terms work. It's like it's not disrespectful to call someone a queen. Like, I don't understand that. It's like, who is this? Like, who is this?
Queen is lesser than king.
She's the queen, and Captain Marvel is her concubine, I guess.
Try telling Elizabeth that. Try telling Victoria that when you
the evil demon that is Elizabeth II. She's definitely so doing some Alex Jones stuff. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my god.
The lizard people live.
Listen, I'm just saying. Ever since in 1776, George Washington freed me from ever having to worry about the royals. That's what I'm pretty sure this Revolutionary War was about. I'm not. Maybe I haven't done enough histories, but I'm pretty sure that's why.
Yes.
I don't understand the craziness over the royals, especially when you have a Meghan in her little.
Yeah, Harry and Meghan.
You don't like Meghan? What's wrong with you?
I mean, like totally for sure. I mean, she's just going out there, and I just say, just gag me with a spoon with what she's doing. I just say, no. I mean,
I haven't heard that expression in a long while.
I didn't mean to go. I didn't mean to go Phil McCracken on you there. Sorry about that. But no, I mean, you got old Harry and Meghan, and who cares? Now they're back in the United States, and he's whining because he gets booed over there. The Queen is bathing in virgin's blood, and
exactly,
to stay alive, and it's like really, and then of course, for Charles, it's always take your kid to work day. For Charles, no matter how old he is, it's take your kid to work day when it comes around to him.
Mm-hmm. I mean, how much it's got to eat him alive that he's going to die before his mother.
Oh, she's hoping that. I mean, there'll probably be a car accident. He'll die, and then she goes, "Okay, now I can go." Boom.
A car accident.
William the Terrible would be there. It's like,
if they did it right,
well,
they could just dissolve the monarchy and save themselves a crap ton of money.
People like Harry have certainly done a 360 because I mean the guy used to be in the military, so it's just like Wow.
That's what I mean. I'd say look at Will Smith for that. I mean,
yes,
he was so cool, and then Jada. And that's
I know.
if you can get stuck in that bad relationship, that's what it'll do to you. And I think that with Harry and with Will Smith, it's just not good for them.
Meghan Markle, whatever the heck her name is the perfect example of some of the stuff we've been talking about. Because when she went over there and they were announcing that she's hooking up with little Harry and all that, she became a curiosity over there. It's like, oh, really?
Yeah.
There wasn't animosity. They didn't care that she had whatever percentage black in her. It didn't matter. It was like, okay, what's this? It's a Yank coming over. And if she would have listened to the handlers on what to do over there, she probably would be having Lady Di level of excitement because she would have been that curiosity. She would have been that interest. But no, what does she do? She jumps out there with the SJW crap right away. She keeps on saying that, no, we got to do this and that. She turns into the ugly American and then turns around and says, oh, it's because I happen to be somewhat black.
Right.
No,
right.
you were the ugly American. You went out there, you expected everything to center around you. You were the egotistical little,
That's right.
what we have.
Bitch.
Right. What we have the problem is with, why we're getting crap like out of Disney, the crap that's coming out of Marvel, the crap that's coming out of the comics, the crap that's coming out of the rest of the entertainment. And she is the epitome of this. It's like, no. This is how you do things. If you do things like this, you'll have a big following. No, I'm going to do it my way, and you're going to have to like it.
Yeah, it's a mess.
And
but even with all that said, though, Baron, we can still find some entertainment, even some great entertainment out there.
Yeah.
It's just, it's hard. It can be
It's
tough.
hard. It's hard. Oh yeah, it's out there. I mean, like I said, I'm not black pilled. I know that within the next 5 years, things are going to change fast. It's going to change. We're going to be seeing things are going to go better. And I am absolutely positive. I am very positive about that. So nothing I'm saying is being black-pilled here. But I always found it funny that when good old Harry was in Canada, he was shoving pieces of paper with his grandmother's face on it in strippers' G-strings. I mean,
yeah, that sounds normal.
Yeah, I mean, there it goes. Like, oh, hey, that's Granny. Here you go. Slipping into the G-string at the strip club. But we're. I mean, what's going on at Warner Brothers right now?
Well, Discovery wants to make money, so we're going to see. Yeah. But if they're still defending people like Ezra Miller and some of these other people, then it's going to be a problem. Still,
well, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Well,
go ahead and say what you need to say.
You still have some old contracts they have to follow through with. It's kind of hard when you have an entire movie that's supposed to be centered around this Ezra Miller. It's like
it's made already.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, well, they have to try to salvage that somehow. Don't expect to see him around much longer over there.
Oh, yeah, once that movie's gone, he's gone. I'll guarantee you.
Yeah.
But I mean, they have to do something to try to save that film. They have to do something.
Is that film going to be worth it? Hopefully. Well, we don't know. We just don't know.
Well,
yet. We could just assume, but
yeah, I mean, I hear good things about it. The only bad thing about it is Ezra Miller. That's about the big bad thing about the film. But don't kid yourself that the other studios are looking to see what WB is doing right now, with going in there. I mean, yeah, they're stuck with stuff contractually with stuff. They're not going to get out of it. But I mean, when Netflix drops all these programs, I mean, for crying out loud, Meghan Markle was supposed to have a show, and they drop it completely.
Yeah. Didn't Obama's show not do well either? Didn't
that's just it. Yeah.
Right?
And Michelle Obama got canceled off Netflix.
Yeah.
Michelle Obama. She took away my school cookies, and I will never forget that.
That skank.
I remember when I got into middle school, they were like, okay, listen, the 8th graders, they're like, dude, the cookies are the best thing here. They're so soft. They're so delicious. And then we got them. I tried them. They're like, these are really good. I think it was next year, if he's in 7th grade or 8th grade, I get them one day and I take a bite and it's a brick. Like I could have thrown this and killed someone in the lunchroom if he made contact. And I'm like, what happened? It was Michelle Obama. And that is the greatest offense I've ever had.
Man,
I really would have done.
the stories
You get
after
nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
that. Yeah, the stories after that, what she did to school lunches. I wasn't in school. Obviously, I wasn't in school at the time. But by God, I
My
felt
kids were.
so bad for everybody who was. I
Well,
was watching. They were throwing their lunches in the garbage. It was just a gigantic waste of food. It was so bad.
I know people. My grandpa is a teacher. He knows kids who qualify for the for your reduced lunch, who just throw it away. So they're like, I would rather not have. I'd rather eat 2 meals a day than eat this. That's one heck of a statement.
Yeah, it is.
Well, yeah, we were brown bagging it for our kids when that all started happening. So it's like, okay, well, we'll make your meals. So,
Yeah,
they
my
moved
kid.
into school.
My kid went with his lunch every day. He was in school during this, and we weren't like super rich or nothing. We're not super rich now, but it's just it was everything was a struggle, and we were living paycheck to paycheck. But we made sure our kid had something good to eat because he had Asperger's, he had OCD, he had all the good stuff, and he was on medication, and he wouldn't eat very many things. Kids nowadays, for some reason, chicken nuggets and French fries, that's about all they'll eat. And so, we had to have him something that he could eat, and school lunches just wasn't doing it. He was almost emaciated because he wouldn't freaking eat.
The thing is, like, at first, it's like Michelle Obama had a good idea with this whole, kids can be healthier, great, but the way she went about it is just these kids, just especially, I'm sure, teenagers and younger, they just threw away a lot of this stuff. What kid wants to eat, like, maybe broccoli, maybe not. Carrots, probably not. What about a banana and apple? Those weren't bad. Those have been around forever in school lunches, but...
Well, it comes down to this, though, Cash. She's the first lady. Where are you dictating policy?
Right.
This is not Nancy Reagan going out there doing PSAs saying don't do drugs, say no,
right,
and all the other stuff. But you're the freaking first lady.
Right.
This is not your realm.
Yeah, they actually gave her a political job.
Yeah.
But by law, they're not supposed to.
No.
Thanks to the Kennedys.
She wasn't elected to do that.
Well, no, but the thing is because of the nepotism between Bobby and JFK, you're not supposed to have family doing stuff like that.
And for good reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something. Our world is something for sure, but we'll still find some entertainment we like. I just right now, when I look at some of these streaming services, though, like Disney Plus, it's like, what is there new that I'm really like? Oh, I can't wait! I just can't wait. There's still a few things on Netflix, but on Disney Plus, I haven't really found anything. Oh, I can't wait to watch this.
But Cash, don't you want to watch Miss Marvel? Don't you want to watch Miss Marvel?
I already watched.
If you want to watch, you gotta watch WandaVision to understand some of the plot in Doctor Strange 2. You gotta subscribe. Don't you want?
Hey, you know what?
Let me double check before I say that it's coming up, but I thought I had heard that Terror on the Prairie is supposed to be coming out Tuesday.
Oh yeah, we were gonna watch that, right, Mike? We had talked about that before.
Yeah.
What was Baron gonna say?
I was gonna sit back and say, you know what? We should do our own form of a Deadpool here.
Okay.
And the Deadpool should be which streaming service is going to be in such bad shape that they got to be folded into another streaming service.
Netflix.
Because Netflix. Right. I mean, well, you have Netflix. Of course, Disney's having problems.
Yeah.
But the thing is who's going to be who is it going to be that's folding down, and who are they going to be absorbed into? Because we're going to have that. We have too many streaming services, and that's going to be part of the process over the next 5 years. You're going to see these services starting to drop or being absorbed in, and because there's too, it's like I want to watch this show. I'm paying more money in streaming services than I did when I had cable.
Right. Yeah. Right. Exactly.
And so
Paramount Plus has got to go.
Right. So it's like,
I don't agree with that. There's still quality content on there. Right? So, there's some quality content on there. Yeah.
Well, it's not necessarily the fact that there's quality content. It's
is there enough?
It's the quantity.
Right.
Is there enough on there? And the fact is people's wallet books are starting to hurt now. Whether people like it or not, that's the truth. We have rampant inflation starting to go nuts over here. Look at the cost of everything going up.
I know.
And people, except for people's pay, right? So obviously, people are going to have to start cutting stuff. And it doesn't matter if you have great programming on a streaming service or not. It's like it comes down to which one are we watching the most of, and streaming services are going to start hurting.
Yeah.
No matter, and this has nothing. So my assessment here has nothing to do with what they have for content. Again, it's the quantity of stuff out there that just cannot be sustained for long.
We need options, though, Baron. It's just like with the gaming streaming services. I do not want Microsoft to take everything and it's going to be, well, if you want to play this, and Ubisoft has thought about this, that everything if you want to play this, it's all on a streaming service, and you can't buy this stuff anymore. You can't buy it digitally, can't buy it physically. It's going to just upset people.
Right.
And these companies I don't need to think about not these things. They really do.
Oh,
think
just
about
like
situations.
Just like back in the day where it all started, if you wanted to play a certain game, you had to have a Super Nintendo. If you wanted to play another game, you had to have a Genesis.
Right.
It's like, no, I should be able to.
Yeah, and with what I'm saying on this aspect of it, I don't necessarily want to see one giant conglomerate like we've been running down to. One of the worst things that happened out of the Reagan administration was the fact that the law of ownership of stations in a market. We originally had it that only one entity could only own one television station, one AM station, and one FM station.
Yeah.
And there may be a stipulation that you could have a UHF channel because UHF was laughed at. Well, when
is it my turn, or did I interrupt you?
I was just gonna finish up on that, but okay, so now that's got taken away. So how many radio stations are owned by one giant conglomerate blob?
Right.
And we have horrible radio. And we need to do trust busting. These studios need to be busted down instead of having all this big, look at what Disney owns. It needs to be busted down. There's just too much under one umbrella.
It's too much.
And
they do have a monopoly. And nobody's doing anything about it. It's like, okay, you want to buy this company? Go ahead, buy this company. We're not going to look into it and say, no, you can't buy this company. They let them do it.
Yep,
right.
They do.
And we need to have some old Theodore Roosevelt trust busting. And it was amazing what's going to happen. If we have that happen, entertainment is going to get better because people are going to be competing. There'll be competition.
That's right. We need that.
We don't
need more
have
of
that.
No, we don't.
And what I'm afraid of is that with the dawn of the media and streaming services comes the dawn of censorship, and them basically gatekeeping physical media. Like, you want a 4K copy of Aladdin? Too bad. You gotta subscribe to Disney Plus. Oh, you want
where it's edited?
Edited too. Oh, you want to watch Splash, where you can see Daryl Hannah's tush in a couple scenes? Nope, too bad. Here's your CGI hair.
Yep. Crit's at night is like, where is my Splash?
I want side boob.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you have physical media, hold on to it. I mean, don't ever get rid of your physical media. It's that's one lesson right on that. But I said it before. It's going to come out of YouTube. That's where our next generation of filmmakers and dreamers are going to come out of.
I think so.
And
heck, look at Crit's work. His revision of The Last Jedi. That's 10 times better than
he
what
took
we
an
got.
old game, older like Gmod and Knights Academy or Jedi Academy or whatever, and he made something into The Last Jedi, and he found voice actors, and it's cool. Yeah.
And the thing is when it's going to be going along there, they won't be able to hide behind paywalls like they have been.
No.
Because they know that they can't have all these streaming services. They need to make this accessible to the regular market.
Remember, they love paywalls, but they don't care about protecting, something. Maybe a country. What do you think, Baron? But they love paywalls. They love other kind of paywalls.
Oh,
I just
yeah.
always bring that up.
I gotta go. Unfortunately, I'll talk to you guys later, though.
All right, thanks for coming on, Fred.
Glad to come on and talk.
Fortnite.
Yeah,
You're gonna play Fortnite.
Yep. I can't wait
Have a
to
good night,
watch
brother.
Miss Marvel again with you, Cash.
Oh no, please.
Yeah, there's gonna be more neon lights and teenage
know.
mood swings, and then
I know. It's
cringe dialogue. Yep.
Yeah, it's about to get away.
How about new?
That's right.
Yeah.
How about new?
All the people bowed and prayed to the neon
All right,
gods
see you
they
guys.
made.
Night, brother.
Night, brother. Night.
Take care, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
three of us watched that this morning. Crit, another friend of mine, and me, and they're like, "Let's." And he kept reminding my friend, "Let's watch Miss Marvel." And I'm like, "Crit, stop telling him. If he doesn't think about it, then we won't watch it." And so we watched it, and it was horrible. I wouldn't even recommend that to teenage girls or teenage kids or anything, or parents telling their teenage nothing.
And that's
So
what it was made for, was kids,
Yes,
obviously, and it's still
It's
dreck.
horrible. It's just bad. But if you guys want to give it a chance, go for it.
No.
You might find something you like about it.
Nope. No, wait. No, how? Nope. No.
How about
No.
you?
How about no? Crazy Swede.
No.
That's still my favorite thing to do. I have a friend from the Netherlands, and sometimes I'll just hit him with, "How about no, you crazy Dutch bastard."
I have like on Netflix. At least I can say I've found some new shows that are interesting. We still got Cobra Kai that'll be coming up. You've got well, that's what this will be now, the 5th season. Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow.
But it's just there's still some new shows. There's some anime stuff to even watch on there. I watched one where this guy punched this guy's other face in and all this blood came out. I was like, wow, that was gory. But
Took a wild turn.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond. Plus.
Yes.
Was it
My
Fist
Hero.
of the Northern Star you saw or something?
No, that was My Hero. That's yes.
Oh no, I'm talking about the thing you were watching where you see the fist hits in the blood all over the place.
Oh no, it was some anime. It was pretty cool.
Yeah,
It gets weird.
Fist of the Northern Star, I think it was.
No. Danny Trejo's in this. It's a Netflix show. Danny Trejo's evil in this. He's very evil. He's getting what's coming to him now, I guess. But in the show, his character. But with Disney Plus, it's just like any new thing I've watched, I'm just not excited about any new Marvel show. Even this Kenobi show, I'm mixed. Besides, of course, The Mandalorian is, we've all enjoyed that. Except I don't think Baron's watched any of this Disney Plus stuff. But I tried Moon Knight. Oh, you did watch The Mandalorian.
Cool. Oh, I've seen Mandalorian. Yeah, I've seen that.
So
even the animated stuff they did.
So we'll see what happens moving forward. Maybe Andor will be good, really good. Who knows? Maybe Ahsoka will be good. I don't know. Maybe, you never know. I know I sound so positive, right?
I don't know, Cash. I'd rather tell them to do this.
Bite my shiny metal ass.
Well, Futurama's coming back, and I don't think that should come back either. I'm like, I don't know about this. Because look at what happened with Animaniacs came back. It's just like
it sucks. It sucks.
They weren't even going to have Bender.
Yeah.
I know. And it's like, well, here's money. Okay, I'll do it. I'm like, I would do it for the money too. Yeah, but Disney Plus, people can enjoy these shows, but I haven't really found anything new on there that from Marvel or Star Wars besides recently more The Mandalorian, which now has been 2-3 years ago.
It's not coming out until I believe February of next year.
I just haven't found anything where I'm like, you know what? I'm actually excited about this. But with these Marvel shows that I've watched, even Layla Night is just not very good at all. It's either mediocre or it's poor. But I would tell people, go ahead and watch it. If somebody tells you on YouTube or one of your friends don't watch this, but you're curious, go ahead. Find out what it's about. But You may not like it. You may like it too. There's some people who liked Moon Knight. Even in the community that I'm in the Hanger Bay community, other communities, they like this. That's fine. But I just can't. I've tried it, but I just don't like a lot of this stuff. So I'm asking the question, when are we going to have some content that people like us are going to enjoy that's new on Disney Plus?
Well, when
I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice.
Well, listen, people. There are people who there's different people with different levels of quality assurance, I guess you can call it. We have higher standards in our quality of TV shows and movies. That's why we get on here and talk about this sort of thing. Other people, and I guess you can call them normies, but they don't. They're happy eating green beans out of a can with nothing on it. And they're satisfied. It's the same difference.
They're happy with the same stale bag of chips over and over again.
Yeah, they're eating plain Lays every day for the rest of their life, and they're plenty happy with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're missing out because Lays are good potato chips, but you got to have some variety.
Yes,
I like Pringles.
Pringles are good. Yes.
Some honey barbecue, freaking good.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, I think I'm going to have to drop.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, I think
I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up, but I do want to let you all know, and everybody who's still in the chat know, that next month I'm thinking the theme's going to be video games.
Nice. All right.
Let's freaking go.
But no Pokemon.
Only Pokemon. 4 hours. All
Candy
about
Crush.
Pokemon.
All Woopa. It's 4 hours of
you know
Woopa
what?
history.
You know what? For the next one, I've got to find a soundbite where it says "Woopa Troopa, I choose you" before I bring you in.
Hey, I have a soundbite I could give you, something like that.
Okay.
Shocked. I'm really not, but yes.
Yeah, is there anything that you guys are looking forward to this week that's being released? I did check
that Turtles game. What about that Turtles game?
Yes, it's coming out Thursday, and I'm thinking for $25, I'm still going to pick it up. I'm not going to wait for reviews.
You're not going to wait for reviews?
Is not a bad price.
I'm not going to wait for reviews for a $25 game.
We're planning on, and we were planning on getting a group of people together. You can play up to 6 people. So if 6 people buy this, somebody could be Casey Jones. They could be all the Turtles. So that's 4 people right there. They can also be April and Splinter. So we can play everybody.
Yes, and
yes. Oh,
did we freeze? Mike's gone.
He did. He's
in Carbonite.
He's back. He's back. Everybody okay? Everybody calm down.
Okay.
We're just a bunch of assholes. It's fine.
You got hibernation sickness.
Anyways, I want to make this clear that I'm buying it on Steam. I'm not buying it on console. I'm buying it on Steam.
Yeah.
So if you want to join us for playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge, buy it on Steam. And you can join us up to 6 players. And
freaking pay to
Terror
play.
on the Prairie does come out on Tuesday.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to do this, but I got my subscription to Daily Wire and I watched What Is a Woman. So, and I knew it was going to be this month. Gina Carano's movie's coming out, so I was like, that's a twofer. So I'm getting my money's worth.
Yeah, I'd like to have a watch party for Terror on the Prairie on the Discord.
Yes. Wait,
I'd be
another
down.
Discord to join? All right. How about just another group, Mike? I like Mike's expression. I'm going to kill you, Cash.
He's gonna invite you to the Discord just to kick you out.
You will.
You know what? You know what, Cash? Here.
Like a panther. Yes?
No.
No.
Okay, I know that didn't make much sense, but Cash, come on, dude. What do you have against joining my Discord? Come on, dude. It's not like I post Cubs news every single day. I only post when I'm going live.
No, it's
yeah, well, with the way they've been playing, it's probably going to be once a week now.
Oh man, yeah.
But
that's cool.
Yeah,
Man. That's a good idea. Yeah.
I do want to have a watch party for Terror on the Prairie. Then, of course, streaming Shredder's Revenge with a group.
Mm-hmm.
And is there anything coming up for you guys on your channels?
No, not really. Still working on stuff.
Yeah, same here.
Same lately. I'm just working on stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get back to streaming because I tried to acquire a video editing software through a somewhat dubious means and ended up downloading a computer virus. So I had to restart everything, and now everything's good. But I had to take a week off to try and get my computer right. So now I'm back to streaming, and hopefully I still need to do all my stuff. I haven't done. I still have I'm at 153 subscribers now, and I still haven't done my 100 subscriber thing.
Oh, all right.
Of course, for
It's
that,
got to be about the history of Whoopa. That's what it's got to be.
And of course, that was popped up there. That's for, of course, the 24/7 Fusion Media. That's tomorrow, 5:15 Central Standard Time for the Primetime Kings. Myself, 24/7 Fusion Media. Fat Steven Seagal and Vigilante Williamson. I don't think he'll be there, though. He's still on sabbatical. But
okay. Cool.
Yeah, and speaking of Fat Steven, I am going to send him a message, and if he sees this, he'll already see the message by the time this is done. But I was going to send him a message to see if he wanted to join us for Shredder's Revenge.
Okay.
You might get him. You might get him.
You might, yeah. Is he a big Turtles guy? Yeah, I guess he did.
I don't know if he's a big Turtles guy, but he likes gaming and he likes pop culture. He's a cool dude, and just trying to get a group together.
Yeah, I know. I'll work on it too.
You're kissing his ever expanding ass. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, just don't do it. Don't go down the Fed. Don't go down it. Don't go down that rabbit hole.
You know what? All right, this is a new clip I put together. So, Steven, you can play Barrett for this one.
You really are a fat bastard.
I'm just teasing, Pat. But yeah, well, he loves gaming. You probably would get him. You'd probably get him on there. That's. He'd probably stream. Yeah, he'd probably stream it himself, knowing him. Double stream.
Because he and I, we talked a little bit about streaming the game together. So,
yes, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Tuesday, of course, Cash, Baron, myself, Crit, Master Paul, who was here earlier, will be on Tuesday Night Trek.
There we go.
Talking about the next 7 episodes of Next Generation.
Is it 7 or 5?
I thought he said 7. I thought he said 7.
Because we only did 3 last time. That's why.
7 episodes. He's gonna be like, I didn't finish mine.
We're all gonna show up Tuesday going, Paul, do we really have to do 7 episodes? I don't know if we're all gonna make it, brother. And then, of course, Wednesday I'll be doing the Wednesday edition of Pop Talk at 8 p.m. Eastern. And then at midnight Thursday, I'll be watching and reacting to episode 3 of The Orville. And for anybody who's wondering, there will not be a live PACIFIC414 Pop Talk tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. However, I've got you all covered. I made a video, and I'm talking about 2 stories in that video to cover for Sunday's normal live Pop Talk. And one of the stories is about HBO canceling a J.J. Abrams drama series. And the other is about, well, somebody with a crazy idea of giving Kevin Smith another season of He-Man.
Oh, yay! Let's all have a slow clap. Yay!
I've got a slow clap soundbite, but I think another one might be more appropriate. So let me just pull that up here real quick. Slow clap. Well,
jokes
I
over.
don't know. Should it also be a?
There's that.
Yeah. And let me find it here. Or
I love Hollywood, man. The only place in the world where you can get rewarded for being really crappy.
Yeah.
For failing.
Well, that in DC.
And DC,
Well,
yes.
we'll see what Discovery does now, since they own DC and Warner Brothers and whatever. They want to make money, so we'll see.
That's the thing. They want to make money.
Yes.
And
yep.
You know, them being owned by AT&T before, that was a debacle.
Yes.
Yes, it was. And I do want to thank Input Latency for chilling out with us tonight. I know a lot of people are like, that's an interesting topic. That's an interesting theme for the stream. But I'm always trying to think outside of the box as far as the content that I'm going to bring people.
Yep.
I can look at what other people are bringing you and bring you the same thing, but I don't want to do that. I want to bring you something different. Something unique.
I think we need a bigger box.
Next 2 weeks from now, Mike will be teaching you how to make popcorn balls and how to import your own beer into a stadium.
Yes.
Beer.
It's great. All right.
Well,
I wish I could. But I want to thank you guys for being on the panel. Of course, Master Paul, Lord Crit, Phil McCracken. Thank you for being on the panel along with SPOCK'S Friday Nights. And to those of you who are in the chat, let me start at the very beginning. It's a good place to start anyway.
In the beginning.
I, again, want to thank Phil McCracken for showing up. DJ Ronnie G. SPOCK'S Friday Nights. Orville Nation, PJ, thank you for stopping by, brother. I also want to thank the Padawannabe.
Yes.
Keep going. I also want to thank the Admiral. The Nerdporial Life Form.
He's a drive-by.
Yeah. Don't give him too
Yeah.
much credit. He needs the attention, Mike,
right.
so don't give it too much. Don't give him too much attention.
I also
Don't
want to
feed the
thank
beast.
Tim Stock. Nah, not going to. But I am going to play that sub I had to play it earlier. Every time he shows up now. None of that.
None of that.
Let's see. Tim Stock. Of course, we had Channel 66. We had Leia Rose. And we also had Brandon Looney Tunes Fans 2000. And was that everybody? I think that was everybody. Let me just double check. Yes, that was everybody. So thank you all for stopping by. Just do this. And again, subscribe to Whoopa Troopa, 24/7 Fusion Media. Let's see. Everest Productions. Oh, nope. Didn't want to
Subscribe to Breitbart.
yeah, that's right. So, you know, read their content.
And
All right. Here we go. Subscribe to the Star Wars guys. Show it again. And let's see. Anonymous. Give
That's
him a
me.
sub. Yes. Give him a sub. You'll like his
Yeah.
content.
I thought I'd hit the big time. Some a guy subbed to my channel that had like over 100,000 subs. I was like, oh my gosh, some freaking awesome YouTubers subscribed to my channel. And I went to him, and he's completely foreign language. I can't even understand a word he says. Like, oh, okay, thanks, buddy.
Well, thanks for the sub.
Yeah. Do you understand a word I'm saying? That's what I really want to know.
Thank you. Come again.
And of course, subscribe to SPOCK'S Friday Nights. And subscribe to the Phantom Hooligans. Yeah, that's right, Cash. I'm not leaving you out.
I never said
course,
you would.
I do.
Whoopa Troopa. And
yeah, I know that guy.
The man himself, Darren Orman Tag.
Hi, everybody.
Can't leave Baron out either.
No, I don't want to leave Baron out. So thank you all once again for watching. Really appreciate it. I know this was, a strange topic, pop culture and sports, but I try to think outside of the box. And as it's been described to me many times before, I'm a little unorthodox. Somebody tells me, go down that straight line. No.
I heard someone say it once. I don't know. You might know who said this. I think someone said, I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy.
Yeah, I think I know who that guy is. And that's very true. Thank you all for watching. If you like what you saw here, give this video a thumbs up. Share this video with your friends. Comment down in the comment section below. Subscribe to all the panelists. And as Whoopa just said, remember, I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy. Have a good night, everyone.